Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash was the Prince of the Sea and used Manaphy's power to force every water trainer to kneel. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The weight of water. The sea was killing him, and Ash Ketchum thought that was probably fair. Salt water flooded his lungs with every involuntary gasp. The cold had stopped hurting minutes ago, now there was just numbness spreading from his fingers toward his heart, a creeping absence of feeling that some distant part of his brain recognized as very, very bad. The sea crown pressed against his chest, its crystals cutting into his skin through his soaked shirt, and even now he wouldn't let go. Couldn't let go. Above him, or below him, direction had lost meaning. Samaya's lights were dying. The temple that had stood for millennia was flooding, its ancient mechanisms failing, its walls cracking under pressure they were never meant to endure. Phantom's greed had killed it. Phantom's greed had killed everything. Ash's vision was going dark at the edges. Pikachu's pokeball was warm against his hip, the only heat left in his body, and he was grateful he'd returned his partner before the water claimed them. Pikachu would survive. Someone would find the pokeball floating in the wreckage. Someone would take care of his best friend. That was enough. That had to be enough. Papa. The voice was in his head, high and sweet and desperate. Manaphy. The little legendary was somewhere in this drowning dark, crying for him, reaching for him with psychic tendrils that felt like a child's fingers grasping at a parent's hand. Papa, don't go. Papa, please. Papa, light. Not the fading bioluminescence of Samaya, not the distant filtered gleam of the sun he'd never see again. This was something else. Something ancient and powerful and alive, erupting from the sea crown in colors that had no names, that human eyes weren't built to see. Ash screamed, but water filled his mouth instead of sound. The light entered him. It poured through his skin, his eyes, his pores. It wrapped around his failing heart and squeezed, demanding it beat. It invaded his flooded lungs and pushed the water out, replacing it with something that wasn't quite air but sustained him all the same. It reached into his blood and changed it, adding something that sang with the rhythm of tides and currents and the deep eternal dark of the ocean floor. You are ours, the light said. It wasn't Manaphy's voice. It was older. Colder. The voice of the sea itself, speaking through the crown it had created millennia ago. You are the blood of the water people. You are the air abandoned. You are, mine. Manaphy's voice cut through, fierce and protective and burning with a love so pure it made the ancient power flinch. He's my papa. You can't have him. I won't let you. The light shattered into 1,000 fractured pieces. And then there was only darkness. Ash woke on a beach he didn't recognize, coughing water and bile onto sand so white it hurt his eyes. Pikachu was licking his face frantically, small paws pressed against his chest, chittering with relief and terror and joy all tangled together. Manaphy floated beside them, its antenna drooping with exhaustion, but its eyes were bright when they met Ash's. Papa, it whispered. Papa's okay. Ash tried to speak. What came out was more coughing, his body rejecting the last of the sea from his lungs. He rolled onto his side, and Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder like he belonged there, like he'd never been anywhere else. Where? Ash managed. He didn't finish the question. He didn't need to. Because when he lifted his head, he saw the sea crown sitting on the sand beside him, its crystals gleaming in the afternoon sun, and he knew. He knew where every current in this ocean flowed. He knew how deep the water went beneath this island, knew the names of the creatures swimming in the darkness below. He knew the weather was going to turn in 3 days, and the exact temperature of the water right now, and the precise salinity of every wave that broke against the shore. He knew because the sea knew. And somehow, impossibly, the sea had decided to tell him. What, Ash said slowly, staring at his hands like they belonged to a stranger, did you do to me? Manaphy tilted its head, confused. Saved Papa. Crown helped. Manaphy asked and Crown said yes. The Crown said yes, Ash repeated. His voice sounded wrong to his own ears. Deeper. Resonant. Like there was water hiding in his throat, waiting to be called. What does that mean? What? He heard them before he saw them. Wind gull, crying overhead. But not random noise, alarm. Warning calls. Something was coming. Something was. Ash was on his feet before he finished the thought, and when he turned toward the ocean, he understood. A sharpedo was surfacing 50 meters from shore. 12 of them, maybe more, their fins cutting the water like dark blades. They weren't hunting fish. They weren't passing through. They were coming here, coming fast, drawn by something they didn't understand but couldn't resist. Drawn by him. Pikachu, Ash started. But he didn't need Pikachu. He knew that suddenly, with a certainty that settled into his bones like it had always been there. The Sharpedo weren't a threat. They were his. Stop, Ash thought. The word didn't leave his mouth. It didn't need to. It pulsed outward through the water, through the connection he hadn't known existed until 30 seconds ago, and the Sharpedo stopped. All 12 of them. Instantly. Their fins stilled, their momentum died, and they hung in the shallows like statues, waiting. Come closer. They obeyed. Of course they obeyed. They couldn't do anything else. They swam to the beach until their bellies scraped sand, and then they simply lay there. Patient. Ready. Completely and utterly under his control. Ash stared at them. At his hands. At the sea crown gleaming innocently on the beach. What the hell, he whispered, am I? Manaphy giggled, delighted, like this was all a wonderful game. Papa is Papa. But also. It scrunched its face, trying to find words for concepts too big for its simple vocabulary. Also Prince. Papa is Prince of the Sea now. The Sharpedo didn't move. Pikachu's claws dug into Ash's shoulder, tiny pinpricks of grounding pain. Prince of the Sea. Ash sat down heavily on the sand, the world spinning around him, and wondered if drowning might have been simpler. 2 months later, Ash still didn't have answers. He had theories. He had fragments, stories from library archives in Slateport, whispered legends from fishermen in Dewford, pieces of a history that had been deliberately erased centuries ago. The people of the water. The Sea Kingdom. A civilization that had ruled the ocean before recorded history, before the regions split and forgot each other, before humanity decided that water was something to cross rather than something to inhabit. They were gone now. Destroyed by their own ambition, some stories said. Scattered by a cataclysm, said others. Hunted to extinction by those who feared their power, whispered the darkest tales, the ones that fishermen only told when they were drunk and the sea was calm. But they'd left something behind. A crown. A temple. And apparently, buried in Ash's bloodline somewhere, a claim to a throne no one had sat in for 10,000 years. He hadn't told anyone. May was back in Hoenn, preparing for her next contest circuit. Brock was studying in Pewter, working toward his breeder certification. His mother thought he was on another journey, and technically that wasn't even a lie, he was traveling. Just not in any way she'd recognize. And he wasn't competing. Wasn't collecting badges. Wasn't doing anything a normal trainer did. He was learning. The crown's power wasn't unlimited. Ash had figured that out in the first week, when he tried to command the Gyarados he'd seen from shore and collapsed from the backlash. Distance mattered. So did the strength of the Pokémon's will, and its connection to its trainer, and a dozen other factors he was still mapping. But within those limits, he was something impossible. Okay, Ash said, settling onto a rock at the edge of a tide pool. Let's try again. Pikachu chirped encouragingly from his shoulder. The electric mouse had been his constant companion through all of this, watching Ash's experiments with concern that had gradually shifted to something more complicated. Pikachu couldn't feel the crown's influence, their bond was too old, too deep, too much a part of who they both were to be overwritten by some ancient magic. But he could see what Ash was becoming. Ash wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. Manaphy swam in the tide pool, playing with the small Pokemon that lived there, Staryu, Corsola, a family of Clamperl who'd claimed this particular patch of rocky coast as their territory. The little legendary was happy. Content. It didn't understand what was happening to its papa, and Ash hadn't tried to explain. How did you explain to a child that their love had turned their father into something else? Okay, Ash repeated, focusing on the Staryu closest to him. A wild one, no trainer, no particular loyalty to anything except survival. Come here. The thought went out. The Staryu's core gem flickered. And then, smoothly, it drifted toward Ash's outstretched hand. No resistance. No struggle. It had no choice. Stop. The Staryu stopped. Go back. It went back. Ash let out a breath and closed his eyes. This was the part he hated. The part that made his stomach turn and his skin crawl and his heart race with something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite excitement. Because it felt good. Not just the power, though that was intoxicating enough. But the rightness of it. Like something that had been misaligned his whole life had finally clicked into place. Like this was what he was supposed to be doing. Pika. Pikachu's voice was questioning. I'm okay, Ash lied. Just, practicing. He wasn't okay. He knew he wasn't okay. But he didn't know how to stop, and the more he practiced, the more he suspected he didn't want to stop, and that thought scared him more than anything else. The crown rested in his backpack, wrapped in cloth. He didn't wear it, didn't need to. It had done its work. Whatever it had put in his blood, whatever ancient power it had awakened, it was a part of him now. The crown was just a symbol. But symbols mattered. Ash had learned that from 100 different legends, 100 different cautionary tales about trainers who got too powerful too fast. He'd always thought those stories were about battling. About winning too easily, about never learning to lose, about the arrogance that came from believing yourself invincible. He hadn't realized they might be about something worse. Come on, he said, standing. Let's find some lunch. Pikachu's ears perked up at the mention of food. Manaphy waved goodbye to its tide pool friends and floated up to settle in Ash's arms, snuggling against his chest. Papa's sad, it observed. I'm fine. Papa's sad, Manaphy repeated, stubborn. Manaphy can feel it. Why Papa sad? Manaphy did wrong. Ash's heart clenched. He wrapped his arms tighter around the little legendary, breathing in its scent of salt and sunshine. You didn't do anything wrong. You saved my life, Manaphy. I'm grateful. I'm just. He didn't know how to finish that sentence. Just scared. Just confused. Just worried that the person he was becoming might not be someone worth saving. I'm just figuring things out, he said finally. That's all. It takes time. Manaphy accepted that, because Manaphy accepted everything Ash said. Because Manaphy trusted him completely. The weight of that trust felt heavier than the crown ever had. Slateport City hadn't changed in the months since Ash had last seen it. Still bustling, still loud, still crowded with trainers and tourists and merchants hawking their wares. The market stretched along the harbor, colorful stalls selling everything from evolutionary stones to fresh-caught Magikarp, and the air smelled of salt and spices and the peculiar ozone tang that always hung around port cities. Ash moved through the crowds with his hood up and his head down. He'd learned quickly that anonymity was precious, not because anyone would recognize him as the Sea Prince whispered about in coastal rumors, but because Manaphy drew attention like a flame drew moths. Legendary Pokemon weren't common, and people asked questions Ash couldn't answer. He'd compromised by teaching Manaphy to hide in his backpack when they were in public. The little legendary didn't like it, but understood in its simple way that Papa needed it to stay secret, stay safe. Pikachu rode on his shoulder as always, unbothered by the crowds. Some things, at least, hadn't changed. "We need supplies," Ash muttered, more to himself than to his partner. "Potions. Food. Maybe some new." He stopped. Something was wrong. The feeling crept up his spine like cold water, prickling at senses he hadn't possessed 3 months ago. Water. He could feel water everywhere in this city, the harbor, the fountains, the bottles people carried, the moisture in the air. It was background noise normally, white static he'd learned to ignore. But now something in that noise was screaming. Pikachu's ears flattened. "Pika." Ash didn't answer. He was already moving, pushing through the crowd, following the sensation that pulled at him like a riptide. Through the market. Down a side street. Into a district the tourists didn't visit, where the buildings were older and the alley mouths were darker and the people who walked these streets had harder eyes. The screaming got louder. Not audible screaming. Not anything a normal person could hear. But water-type Pokemon in distress, dozens of them, maybe more, their psychic cries of fear and pain resonating through the aquatic link that connected all of their kind. The link that, thanks to the crown, connected to him. Ash broke into a run. He found the building at the end of an alley that smelled of rust and old fish. A warehouse, unmarked, its windows painted black from the inside. Nothing about it looked remarkable. Nothing about it suggested what was happening inside. But Ash could feel them. Corsola and Horsia and Seal, crammed into containers too small. Tentacle ripped from their home waters and left in stagnant tanks. Alapras, those gentle giants who sang songs of ancient seas, chained in a shipping crate barely large enough to contain its body. Trafficking. Water-type trafficking. And not small-scale either, this was organized, professional, the kind of operation that moved millions of Pokedollars through black markets. Ash's blood went cold. Then hot. Then cold again. "Pika." Pikachu's voice was dark. The little electric mouse had seen the same cruelty Ash had, across dozens of regions and 100 different criminal operations. Team Rocket. Team Aqua. Team Magma. The faces changed, but the evil stayed the same. "I know," Ash said. "But we need to." The warehouse door opened. A man stepped out, heavy-set and bald, a Poliwrath standing at his shoulder. He froze when he saw Ash, a kid in a hood, unremarkable except for the Pikachu on his shoulder and the way his eyes were glowing with a faint, impossible light. Wait. His eyes were glowing. Ash didn't have time to process that. The man was reaching for his belt, for more Pokeballs, and beyond the open door Ash could see others, guards, trainers, criminals who made their living on the suffering of innocent Pokemon. "Kid," the man said slowly, "you need to walk away." Ash looked at him. At the Poliwrath beside him. At the water that ran in that Pokemon's veins, the aquatic heritage that made it part of the ocean no matter how far from the sea it stood. "Kneel," Ash thought. The Poliwrath dropped. It happened so fast the bald man didn't even understand what he was seeing. His Pokemon, his partner, the creature that had stood beside him for a decade of crime and cruelty, simply collapsed. Knees hitting concrete. Arms braced forward. Head bowed. Kneeling. Like a subject before a king. "What?" the man started. Ash walked past him. Into the warehouse. Into the nightmare. There were 30 of them. 30 criminals, 30 trainers, with water types among their teams. Not all of them, some had Mytiana or Houndoom or other species that Ash's power couldn't touch, but enough. More than enough. Kneel. The word rippled outward like a stone dropped in still water. And everywhere it touched, everywhere the command reached, Pokemon fell. Seaking and Lombra and Golduck, dropping mid-motion. Walrein crashing to its belly with a sound like an avalanche. The Lapras in its cage shuddering as the power washed over it, recognizing something in Ash that it had never felt from a human before. Respect. Fear. Submission. The trainers screamed. Of course they screamed. They were reaching for their Pokeballs, trying to recall Pokemon that wouldn't return, trying to give commands that were overwritten before they left their lips. Because Ash wasn't just controlling the Pokemon. He was blocking the trainer's authority. Inserting himself between the bond that should have been unbreakable, claiming dominion over creatures that had never been his. Kneel, he thought again, and this time there was anger in it. Rage at what he'd found here. Fury at the suffering in those tanks, those crates, those chains. The command exploded outward, and 30 humans hit their knees. Silence. Ash stood in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by kneeling criminals and kneeling Pokemon, and his heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth. He hadn't meant to do that. Hadn't known he could do that. The Crown's power was supposed to work on water types, not their trainers, but it had worked. It had worked because these trainers had bonded with water types, because somewhere in that connection there was a thread the Crown could pull, a leverage point that let Ash's will override their own. "What are you?" one of the criminals whispered. A woman, middle-aged, her face pale with terror. She was trying to stand and couldn't, her legs refusing to obey her. Ash didn't answer. He didn't trust his voice. Didn't trust anything about himself right now. But Pikachu was sparking on his shoulder, and Manaphy had emerged from the backpack to float beside him, and somewhere in the distance he could hear sirens, someone had called the police, someone had heard the commotion, and Ash knew he needed to move. He closed his eyes and released. The pressure vanished. 30 people gasped and slumped forward, suddenly able to control their own bodies again. The Pokemon stirred, shaking off the command, confused but unharmed. "The police are coming," Ash said. His voice was steady. He was surprised by how steady it was. "You're going to stay here. You're going to confess. And if I ever find any of you hurting water types again." He let the threat hang. He didn't need to finish it. They'd felt what he could do. They'd never forget. The sirens were getting closer. Ash turned and walked out of the warehouse, stepping over the bald man who was still on his knees, still shaking. Pikachu's claws dug into his shoulder, not painfully, but firmly. A reminder that Ash wasn't alone. A reminder, maybe, that someone was watching. They didn't go far. Ash found a rooftop overlooking the harbor, somewhere he could sit and watch the police arrive, watch the criminals get loaded into cars, watch the rescue teams begin the slow process of extracting traumatized Pokemon from their prison. He'd done that. He'd stopped them. He'd saved. "Papa did good thing," Manaphy said, curling in his lap. "Bad people hurt water friends. Papa stopped them." "Yeah." Ash's voice was hoarse. "I did." Pikachu was watching him. Not the rescue operation, not the sunset painting the harbor in shades of gold and rose. Just Ash. Watching with those dark eyes that had known him since he was 10 years old, that had seen him at his best and worst, that understood him better than he understood himself. "Pika," the little mouse said quietly. Not a question. An observation. "I know," Ash said. "I know. I shouldn't have, with the trainers. That wasn't. I didn't mean to. But had he? Had he really not meant to? Because in that moment, surrounded by cruelty, filled with righteous anger, it had felt right to force them down. To make them kneel. To show them what it meant to be helpless, the way they'd made those Pokemon helpless. "Justice," a voice whispered in his head. It was justice. Was it? Was forcing someone to their knees justice? Was taking away their free will, even for a moment, ever justified? Ash didn't know. 2 months ago, he would have said no without hesitation. 2 months ago, he would have fought those criminals the normal way, with Pikachu, with battles, with skill earned over years of training. He would have won, probably. Would have turned them over to Officer Jenny. Would have walked away with a clear conscience. But now he had power. Real power. The kind that didn't require a battle, didn't require proving himself, didn't require anything except a thought and a will. And he'd used it. "It's okay," he said, to himself as much as to Pikachu. "It was just this once. They were hurting Pokémon. They deserved," he stopped. "They deserved." It was a dangerous thought. The kind of thought that led to dark places. The kind of thought that Ash had spent his whole training career fighting against, in villains and would-be tyrants and everyone who thought their power gave them the right to decide what others deserved. "It won't happen again," he said firmly. "I'll be more careful. Pikachu's gaze didn't waver. "I'll be better," Ash promised. "I swear, buddy. I'll figure this out." The sun sank below the horizon. The city lights flickered on, one by one, painting the harbor in artificial constellations. And somewhere deep beneath the ocean, so far down that light had never touched it, something massive shifted in its sleep. Ancient eyes opened. Not fully, just a crack, just a sliver of attention turned toward the surface world that it usually ignored. Interesting, Kyogre thought, feeling the ripples of power that had washed through the ocean's consciousness. A new prince. A child, by the feel of him. Playing with authority he does not understand. The great legendary considered, briefly, rising. Swimming toward this presumptuous human and demonstrating what true dominion over water looked like. But no. Not yet. The child was weak, uncertain, still learning the shape of his power. There was no sport in crushing something so small. Better to wait. Better to watch. Better to see what kind of prince this one would become. Kyogre closed its eyes and returned to dreaming. But somewhere in those dreams a new thread had been woven. A thread of attention, of interest, of patient predatory curiosity. The Prince of the Sea had caught the eye of a god. And gods, unlike humans, had all the time in the world. The next morning, Ash left Slateport before dawn. He couldn't stay. Word would spread about what had happened at the warehouse, maybe not the truth, which was too strange for anyone to believe, but something. A trainer who'd stopped a trafficking ring single-handedly. A kid with a Pikachu who'd made hardened criminals surrender without throwing a single attack. Questions would be asked. Questions Ash couldn't answer. So he ran. Pikachu didn't comment on the cowardice of it. Neither did Manaphy, who'd gone back to sleep in the backpack, exhausted from the previous day's excitement. They just traveled, moving north along the coast, away from civilization and toward the wild stretches of shoreline where Ash could think without distractions. The sea crown bounced against his back with every step. He could feel it, a constant awareness, like knowing where your heart was or which way was down. Even wrapped in cloth, even hidden away, it was there. A part of him. Maybe forever. "You know what the worst part is?" Ash said to Pikachu as they walked. The sun was rising over the ocean, turning the water to molten gold. "I don't feel bad. About those criminals, I mean. About making them kneel. I keep telling myself I should feel bad, but I just don't." Pikachu's ears twitched. "Pika Pie. No, not like I enjoyed it. Or. I don't know. Maybe I did enjoy it. But that's not the point. The point is that I used power I don't understand to take away people's free will, and I should be horrified by that, and instead I just keep thinking about how easy it was." He kicked a rock into the surf. "And how easy it would be to do it again. Whenever I wanted. To anyone with a water-type bond. Pika. Yeah, I know. That's the scary part." They walked in silence for a while. The beach gave way to rocky cliffs, then back to beach, then to a stretch of coast where the trees grew right up to the waterline and the air smelled of pine mixed with salt. Wild Pokemon moved in the shadows, Zigzagoon foraging in the underbrush, Taillow calling from the branches, a pod of whalemare surfacing offshore to breathe. Ash felt them. The whalemare, at least. A constant background hum of water-type awareness that he was slowly learning to tune out. They weren't afraid of him, weren't drawn to him, just going about their lives, unaware that a human on the shore could reach out and touch their minds if he wanted to. He didn't want to. Not now. But the option was there, always there, a door that he could open whenever he chose. Power isn't the problem, he thought. It's what you do with it. That was what Lance had told him once, years ago, after the incident with the red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. Team Rocket had been experimenting with forced evolution, creating monsters, and Lance had stopped them with a ruthlessness that had surprised Ash at the time. Sometimes, Lance had said, you have to make hard choices. Use power that frightens you. Do things that don't feel clean. But as long as you're doing it for the right reasons, as long as you're protecting those who can't protect themselves, then the power isn't evil. It's just a tool. Ash had believed that. Still believed it, mostly. But Lance's power came from training, from skill, from bonds forged over years of trust and partnership. It didn't compel. It didn't override. Lance's Dragonite obeyed him because it loved him, not because it had no choice. What Ash had done to those criminals, that was different. That was, Papa. Manaphy's voice came from the backpack, muffled but alert. Ash slowed, reaching back to open the flap and let the little legendary float free. What's wrong? Manaphy's antenna twitched. Its big eyes were focused on the water, on something Ash couldn't see. Someone's coming. Water friend. Big. Wants to talk. Ash turned toward the ocean. At first he saw nothing, just waves, just endless blue, just the distant shapes of the whalemare pod. But then the water shifted, and something broke the surface. A Milotic. It was the most beautiful Pokemon Ash had ever seen. Scales like a rainbow rendered in living color, flowing fins that moved like silk in a summer breeze, a body that seemed to glow with inner light. It rose from the waves with an elegance that made Pikachu gasp, and its eyes, wise, ancient, knowing, fixed directly on Ash. Prince, a voice said in his mind. Not commanding. Not hostile. Just, acknowledging. The way you'd acknowledge a new king in a court where you'd served many kings before. Ash swallowed. I'm not. I mean, I don't. You carry the crown. You bear the blood. You are prince. The Milotic's mental voice was calm, measured. I am not here to challenge. I am here to deliver a message. A message? From who? From the one I serve. The one who felt your awakening and sends now his regards. A shiver ran down Ash's spine that had nothing to do with the morning chill. And who is that? The Milotic's form shifted, and for a moment, just a moment, Ash saw something else behind its eyes. Something vast. Something that made the ocean around them seem small. Wallace, the Milotic said. Champion of Hoenn. Protector of the waters. He wishes you to know that he is watching, young prince. Watching, and waiting, and hoping that you will prove to be better than those who wore the crown before you. The message delivered, the Milotic sank beneath the waves without another word. Ash stood on the shore, Pikachu on his shoulder, Manaphy in his arms, and felt the weight of the crown more heavily than ever. Someone new. Someone powerful. And whatever better meant in this context, Ash was suddenly sure that his definition and Wallace's might not be the same thing. Well, he said to Pikachu, his voice falsely light, at least things won't be boring. Pikachu gave him a look that said he wasn't fooled for a second. Neither was Ash. The abandoned lighthouse had been his refuge for 3 days when the woman appeared. She came at sunset, walking out of the waves like they were solid ground, her robes dark and dripping but her skin perfectly dry. Her hair was silver green, the color of sea foam in moonlight, and her eyes were bottomless, no iris, no pupil, just depth that went down forever. Ash was on his feet before she'd fully emerged, Pikachu sparking at his shoulder. "Who are you?" "A servant." Her voice was like water over stones, smooth and flowing and somehow ancient. "A priestess, once. Now merely a messenger, as the serpent was a messenger." "The Milotic. That was yours?" "Wallace's," as she said. "I am something, older." She climbed the rocks toward the lighthouse, moving with a grace that wasn't quite human. "I represent the Abyssal Court, Your Highness. We have waited a very long time for someone to claim the crown." Ash's hand moved to his backpack, to the wrapped bundle he could feel through the fabric. "I didn't claim anything. It just happened." "Nothing just happens." The woman smiled, and there were too many teeth in that smile. "The crown chose you." The blood in your veins answered. "Manaphy, dear, precious Manaphy, provided the catalyst. But the choice was always there, sleeping in your lineage, waiting for someone worthy to awaken it." "Worthy," Ash repeated. "I'm 15. I'm a trainer from Pallet Town. I don't know anything about being a prince." "You don't need to know. You need only to be." The woman stopped a few meters away, close enough to talk, far enough not to threaten. "The Abyssal Court has preserved the old ways, Your Highness. The rituals, the histories, the knowledge of what the Sea Kingdom once was, and what it could be again." "What it could be again," Ash said slowly. A cold feeling was settling in his stomach. "What does that mean?" "The people of the water ruled this world once. Not through conquest, not through war, but through truth. The sea covers 7/10 of this planet, Your Highness. Every river, every lake, every drop of rain connects to it eventually. Water is life. Water is power. And those who command the water." She spread her hands, and the gesture took in everything, the ocean, the sky, the land, the lighthouse, Ash himself. "Command everything." "I'm not interested in commanding anything," Ash said. His voice came out harder than he intended. "I'm just trying to understand what's happening to me." "Of course. Of course." The woman bowed her head, suddenly deferential. "I do not mean to suggest otherwise. The Abyssal Court exists to serve, not to dictate. We merely offer our knowledge, our resources, our loyalty, should you wish to claim them." She reached into her robes and produced something small, something that gleamed with inner light. A shell, no bigger than Ash's thumb, carved with symbols he almost recognized. "Take this," she said, holding it out. "Should you ever wish to learn more about your heritage, your power, your potential, simply speak your desire to the sea. We will hear. We will answer." Ash didn't take the shell. "And what do you get out of this?" The woman's smile returned. "Still too many teeth. The Prince of the Sea on his throne, where he belongs. That is all we have ever wanted, Your Highness. All we have ever dreamed of, in the long dark centuries since the kingdom fell." She set the shell on a rock between them. Then, without waiting for a response, she turned and walked back toward the water. "Wait," Ash called. "What's your name?" The woman paused at the waterline. When she looked back, her eyes weren't just deep, they were hungry. "Call me Naria," she said. "High Priestess of the Abyssal Court. Keeper of the old ways. And now, your humble servant." She stepped into the waves and was gone. Ash stared at the shell on the rock. At the ocean that had swallowed Naria without a ripple. At the sky, darkening now, stars beginning to emerge. Pikachu said flatly. "Yeah," Ash agreed. "I don't trust her either." But he picked up the shell anyway. And when he slipped it into his pocket, it felt warm against his leg, warm and patient, like something waiting to be used. Manaphy floated out of the lighthouse, drawn by the commotion. "Papa okay?" Manaphy felt something strange. Water was. The water was what? Manaphy scrunched its face, struggling with the concept. Happy? Excited? Like water was saying hello to an old friend. The cold feeling in Ash's stomach got colder. The crown. The priestess. The abyssal court. Wallace's warning. Kyogre's dreams. Pieces of a puzzle he didn't have the box for. A game he didn't know the rules to. And everywhere he turned, someone wanted something from him: power, obedience, proof that he was better, or worthy, or the prince they'd been waiting for. All Ash wanted was to understand. But understanding, he was beginning to realize, might not be an option. The crown didn't come with an instruction manual. The power didn't wait for permission. And the sea remembered things. Ancient things. Hungry things. Whether he was ready or not. That night, Ash dreamed. He was underwater, but he could breathe. The ocean pressed around him like a living thing, dark and vast and aware. He wasn't swimming, he was falling, sinking, descending into depths that should have crushed him to paste. But the water didn't hurt. The water welcomed. And far below, at the edge of perception, something was waiting. "Little prince," a voice said. It wasn't like Manaphy's mental communication, all sunshine and simple love. It wasn't like the Milotic's formal courtesy, or Naria's smooth manipulation. This voice was big. Big like the ocean was big. Big like the space between stars. "Little prince with your little crown. Do you know whose realm you claim? Do you know whose throne you dare to sit?" Ash tried to speak, but no sound came. "I have seen 1,000 princes," the voice continued. "Boys and girls and those between, humans who thought they could command the sea. They all fell. They all drowned. They all learned, in the end, that there is only one prince of the sea." The darkness shifted. Eyes opened, vast, ancient, glowing with a light that wasn't light. "Me. Kyogre." The ancient legendary filled Ash's vision, filled the entire ocean, filled every drop of water that had ever existed. It was impossibly huge, impossibly old, impossibly present, not a creature but a force, the living embodiment of everything the sea had ever been or could ever be. "You are a minnow," Kyogre said. "A guppy playing at royalty. The crown on your back is a trinket I permitted humans to craft, ages ago, when their ambition amused me. It grants no true authority. It provides no real power. Not over me." Ash's mind raced. This was a dream, it had to be a dream, but the weight of Kyogre's attention felt real. More real than anything he'd experienced since the crown awakened. "Why show me this?" he managed to project. "Why tell me?" The legendary's laugh was an earthquake. "Because you are interesting, little prince. Because you rejected the priestess's shell, even as you kept it. Because you felt guilt for the criminals you dominated, even as you understood they deserved worse. You are contradictory. I have not seen a contradictory prince in a very long time." The eyes came closer. Closer. Until they filled everything, until Ash was drowning in that ancient gaze. "Grow strong," Kyogre said. "Learn your power. Master the crown's secrets. And when you have become something worth breaking." The voice dropped to a whisper that somehow filled the entire ocean. "Come find me." Ash woke gasping, soaked in sweat that tasted like salt. Dawn light streamed through the lighthouse windows. Pikachu was watching him, ears flat, tail twitching with concern. Manaphy slept peacefully in its little nest of blankets, undisturbed. "It was just a dream," Ash said, to Pikachu, to himself. Just a dream. But when he reached into his pocket, the shell from Naria was warm. And somewhere in his mind, in the new places the crown had created, he could feel it, a vast attention, patient and predatory, waiting to see what he would become. The Prince of the Sea. The minnow playing at royalty. Ash Ketchum, 15 years old, in way over his head. He stood, stretched, and looked out at the ocean, his ocean now, whether he wanted it or not. The sun was rising, painting the water in shades of gold and rose. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was home, in a way his actual home had never been. "Okay," he said, and his voice was steadier than he felt. "Okay. If they want a prince, if they're all watching, waiting, judging." He reached back and touched the wrapped bundle of the crown. "Then I guess I'd better figure out how to be one." Pikachu climbed to his shoulder. Manaphy stirred awake, chirping a greeting. And together, the three of them walked out of the lighthouse and into the morning light. The game had begun. Ash just had to learn the rules before someone decided he'd already lost. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Cerulean-Tide Wallace stood at the window of his private study, watching the rain trace patterns down the glass. Behind him, a holographic display cycled through reports, sightings, rumors, fragments of information gathered from a dozen different sources across 3 regions. The Sea Prince. That's what they were calling him now. The trafficking ring in Slateport, Glacia said from her seat near the fireplace. The Elite Four member had arrived that morning, summoned by Wallace's urgent message. 30 trainers, all with water types among their teams. Every single one reported the same thing: they couldn't move. Their Pokémon wouldn't obey. It was like someone had switched them off. And then switched them back on, Wallace murmured. Interesting that he released them. A true tyrant wouldn't have bothered. A true tyrant might have killed them. Drake's voice was gruff. The old sailor had seen more battles than anyone else in the room, and his weathered face showed the weight of that experience. The fact that he didn't, either he's soft, or he's smart enough to know that bodies attract attention. Or he's genuinely trying to do good. This from Sydney, who'd been silent until now. The dark-type specialist leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "Hear me out. What do we actually know about this kid? He stopped poachers. Saved Pokémon. Turned criminals over to the police. That's not exactly the profile of a monster. It's the profile of a monster who hasn't realized what he is yet," Phoebe said softly. The ghost-type specialist's eyes were distant, seeing things the others couldn't. "The spirits are unsettled. Something old has woken up. Something that remembers when the sea had teeth." Wallace turned from the window. His Milotic, coiled in the corner, raised her head at his movement. She delivered his message to the boy, to Ash Ketchum, according to their intelligence, and returned with impressions that still troubled him. He was afraid, she told him. But not of me. Of himself. That was either very good or very bad. "I've sent word to the gym leaders," Wallace said. "All of them, not just water specialists. We need eyes everywhere. If this boy is what the old texts describe, a true prince of the sea, then his power will only grow. And we need to understand his intentions before it's too late to stop him." "You think it might come to that?" Glacia asked. "Stopping him?" Wallace's reflection stared back at him from the rain-streaked glass. A younger man might have answered with certainty. A younger man might have declared that good would triumph, that justice would prevail, that a champion's duty was clear. But Wallace wasn't young anymore. And he'd seen too many heroes become villains, too many good intentions pave roads to hell. "I think," he said carefully, "that power changes people. Even people who start with the best of hearts. And this boy has been given power that kings and gods have coveted since the world was new." He turned to face his Elite Four, his expression grave. "So yes. I think it might come to that. And when it does, I want to be ready." 3 weeks had passed since the lighthouse. 3 weeks of traveling, training, learning the shape of his new abilities. Ash had mapped the limits of his power more precisely now: distance, willpower, the strength of trainer bonds, all of it quantified and catalogued in a notebook he kept close. The crown's influence extended roughly half a kilometer over water, less over land. Strong-willed Pokémon could resist if they focused, though the effort exhausted them. Trainer bonds didn't block the compulsion, but they created friction. Discomfort. A sense of wrongness that both Pokémon and trainer could feel. And the power was growing. Every day, a little stronger. Every use, a little easier. Like a muscle being exercised, like a skill being honed. The ocean whispered to him constantly now, weather patterns, current flows, the movements of every water type within his range. Background noise that he was learning to filter, to interpret, to use. It should have terrified him. Maybe it did, somewhere under the surface. But mostly Ash felt capable. For the first time in his training career, he felt like he truly understood what power meant. "We should head inland," he said to Pikachu as they walked along a coastal road. "Too many water types out here. Too much noise." Pikachu nodded agreement. The electric mouse had been quieter lately, watching Ash with an expression that made his heart hurt. Not fear, exactly. More like worry. Like watching a friend walk toward a cliff and not knowing how to call them back. "I'm still me," Ash wanted to say. "I'm still your partner." I'm still, but was he? The boy who'd left Pallet Town 5 years ago would never have forced 30 people to their knees. The trainer who'd challenged every league with nothing but determination and love for his Pokémon would never have accepted power that could override free will. That boy was gone. Drowned in Samaya, along with whatever innocence Ash had still possessed. The new Ash wasn't sure what he was yet. But he was starting to suspect it wasn't anything good. "Manaphy wants to play," the little legendary announced, emerging from the backpack. "Boring walking. Want to swim?" "We can't swim right now, buddy. We need to keep moving." "Why?" "We're going." Ash hesitated. He'd been avoiding the question, even in his own mind. Where was he going? What was the plan? Learn his power, yes, but to what end? Hide forever. That wasn't realistic. Use his abilities to help people. He'd tried that in Slateport, and look how that had turned out. "I don't know," he admitted. "I'm still figuring it out." Manaphy tilted its head, antenna bobbing. "Okay. Manaphy help figure out. Manaphy smart." Despite everything, Ash smiled. "Yeah, buddy. You're the smartest." He ruffled the legendary's antenna and felt a pulse of pure love through their bond. Manaphy didn't understand what was happening to him, didn't grasp the weight of the crown or the danger of the power it had unlocked. All Manaphy knew was that Papa was here, Papa was safe, and that was enough. Ash wished he could be so simple. Cerulean City appeared on the horizon at midday, its famous cape glittering in the autumn sun. The city had changed since Ash's last visit: new buildings, new roads, a harbor expansion that had doubled the waterfront's capacity. But some things remained constant: the smell of salt air, the cry of windgull overhead, and the massive dugong fountain in the central square. And, of course, the gym. Ash stopped at the edge of town, something cold settling in his chest. He hadn't planned to come here. Hadn't consciously chosen this route. But some part of him must have known, must have been steering him toward this place without his awareness. Toward her. Pika. Pikachu's ears perked up. He recognized the city too. Remembered. "Yeah," Ash said. "Cerulean City. Misty's home." He hadn't talked to Misty in months. Hadn't talked to any of them: Brock, May, Dawn, all the friends he'd made and left behind as he moved from region to region. Part of that was practical. How did you explain to someone that you'd nearly drowned and come back as something else? How did you tell your friends that you could control water types with a thought, that you'd made criminals kneel, that some ancient power had decided you were royalty. But part of it was cowardice. Pure and simple. Ash knew what Misty would say if she saw what he'd become. Could picture the disappointment in her eyes, the anger in her voice. She'd always been the one to call him on his nonsense, to challenge his worst impulses, to demand better. He wasn't sure he could handle her seeing him now. "We should go around," he said. "Avoid the city entirely. There's a coastal path that, catch him." The voice hit him like a thunderbolt. Ash spun, already knowing who he'd see, and there she was, Misty Waterflower, Cerulean city gym leader, standing on the road with her hands on her hips and fire in her eyes. She looked good. Older than he remembered, which was stupid because of course she was older, they'd both been growing up while he wasn't paying attention. Her hair was longer, pulled back in a practical ponytail. Her clothes were different, more professional, a gym leader's formal attire rather than the shorts and suspenders she'd worn when they traveled together. But her expression. That hadn't changed at all. "Where the hell have you been?" she demanded, storming toward him. 6 months. 6 months without a call, without a message, without anything. Do you have any idea how worried everyone's been? Your mother thinks you're dead. Brock's been searching every hospital in 3 regions. Misty, don't you, Misty, me. She was close now, close enough to hit, and for a moment Ash thought she might. You disappear after what happened at the Sea Temple, you don't respond to any messages, and then, I start hearing rumors about some Sea Prince stopping criminals with magic powers, and I think, no, that can't be Ash, because Ash would never worry his friends like this, I'm sorry. The words came out quiet, tired. Misty stopped mid-rant, thrown off by the interruption. What? I said I'm sorry. Ash met her eyes, and whatever she saw there made some of the anger drain from her face. You're right. I should have called. I should have explained. I just didn't know how. Misty stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, some of the tension left her shoulders. Well, she said, you can start by telling me what the hell happened to you. They walked together toward the gym, Misty Starmie floating alongside Manaphy like an escort. The 2 water types seemed fascinated by each other. Manaphy kept trying to play, while Starmie observed with what might have been scientific interest in something without eyes to express emotions. Ash could feel Starmie's presence in his awareness. A humming, crystalline consciousness, loyal to Misty with a bond forged over years of training. He could have reached out. Could have touched that mind, influenced it, bent it to his will. He didn't. But the knowledge that he could was always there, a whisper at the edge of his thoughts. So, Misty said as they walked, the Sea Temple really chose you? Like, actually chose you as its prince? It's more complicated than that. Ash had been explaining for 10 minutes, but the story was hard to compress. Manaphy triggered something in the crown, and the crown activated something in my blood. Apparently I'm descended from the people of the water. Some ancient civilization that ruled the ocean thousands of years ago. And this gives you power over water types. Yeah. Like, complete power. You can just order them around. Yeah. Misty was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was carefully neutral. And what about water-type trainers? Ash's jaw tightened. What about them? The reports from Slateport said that the criminals who got caught, some of them swear they couldn't move. That something forced them to their knees. That's not controlling Pokemon, Ash. That's controlling people. He didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Misty's eyes were on him, searching, seeing too much. Ash. It was an accident, he said finally. I didn't mean to. They were hurting Pokemon, dozens of water types, crammed into cages, terrified, and I got angry and, it just happened. It just happened. Misty's voice was flat. You mind-controlled 30 human beings and it just happened. I know how it sounds, Do you? Do you really? She stopped walking, and Ash stopped with her. Because it sounds like you're treating this like some kind of oops moment. Like you accidentally stepped on someone's foot or forgot a birthday. But this is people's free will, Ash. This is the thing that separates us from what? From criminals. Because that's what those people were, Misty. Traffickers. Torturers. They were hurting Pokemon for profit and I stopped them. By becoming something worse. The words hung in the air. Misty was breathing hard, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Behind her, Starmie hovered uncertainly, picking up on its trainer's distress. I'm not worse, Ash said quietly. I made a mistake. One mistake, in one moment of anger. I'm learning to control it. Are you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been running away. Hiding from everyone who cares about you. That's not learning to control your power, Ash. That's being afraid of yourself. She wasn't wrong. That was the worst part. She wasn't wrong, and Ash hated that she could see it, hated that she knew him well enough to cut straight to the truth. Maybe I am afraid, he admitted. Maybe I should be. But I'm trying, Misty. I'm trying to figure out how to use this without becoming a monster. Yeah. Misty studied him for a long moment. Her expression softened, just slightly, not forgiveness, but something like understanding. Show me, she said. What? Show me what you can do. Your power, your control, all of it. Let me see what I'm dealing with here. Ash hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Scared I'll see something I don't like. She crossed her arms, chin lifting in that familiar stubborn angle. I'm a water-type specialist, Ash. If this power of yours affects my Pokemon, I need to know about it. For their sake, if not for yours. Put like that, he couldn't argue. And maybe it would be good to have someone else witness this. Someone who could tell him if he was going too far. Fine, he said. But not here. Somewhere private. Misty nodded. The gym's training pool. It's closed for repairs this week. No one will bother us. They started walking again. Pikachu, who'd been silent through the entire exchange, climbed up to Ash's shoulder and pressed against his cheek. I'm still here, that touch seemed to say. Whatever happens, I'm still here. Ash reached up to scratch behind his partner's ears and tried to believe that would be enough. The Cerulean gym's training pool was massive, an Olympic-sized basin of crystal-clear water, currently drained to half capacity for repairs. Scaffolding lined one wall where construction crews had been working on tile restoration, but the space was empty now, silent except for the soft echo of their footsteps. Misty released her team one by one. Starmie, already present. Gyarados, enormous and serpentine, settling into the water with barely a splash. Corsola, cheerful and pink, bouncing around the pool's edge. Psyduck, eternally confused, sitting on the tiles and staring at nothing. And finally, her newest addition, a Vaporeon with sleek fur and intelligent eyes. Ash felt them all. Every water type in the room registered in his awareness, their presence pressing against his mind like fingers on skin. He could sense their emotions, their bonds, their deepest instincts. The Gyarados was the loudest, ancient rage barely contained, loyalty to Misty the only thing keeping that fury in check. Start simple, Misty said, arms crossed. Do something to Corsola. Something I can see. Ash nodded. He focused on the coral Pokemon, feeling its happy-go-lucky consciousness, its simple joy at being out of its ball. Come here, he thought. Corsola bounced toward him instantly, drawn by the command like a fish on a line. It reached his feet and looked up at him, head tilted, waiting for another order. That's it? Misty asked. You just told it to come. More or less. Watch. Do a spin. Corsola spun. Jump. Corsola jumped. Return to Misty. The coral Pokemon bounced back to its trainer, settling at her feet like nothing had happened. Misty looked down at it, then back at Ash. It doesn't remember. It remembers. It just doesn't mind. The commands feel natural, I think. Like its own impulses. There's no resistance because it doesn't register as external control. That's terrifying. I know. Misty's jaw tightened. Try Gyarados. Ash looked at the massive serpent coiled in the pool. The Gyarados stared back with eyes like molten gold, ancient and wild and barely tamed. This creature had been a terror once, before Misty's patience and skill had transformed it into a partner. Its rage wasn't gone, just redirected. Come to the edge, Ash thought. Nothing happened. He pushed harder, feeling the command pulse outward, meeting resistance. The Gyarados' will, iron-hard and razor-sharp, fighting against the intrusion. It knew something was wrong. It knew someone was trying to take control. Ash pushed harder still. The Gyarados screamed. Not in submission, in fury. Its roar shook the walls, sent water cascading over the pool's edge, made the windows rattle in their frames. Misty flinched, and Pikachu's cheeks sparked with warning electricity. But slowly, inexorably, the great serpent began to move. It fought every inch. Ash could feel its rage, its terror, its desperate rejection of the foreign will trying to override its own. This wasn't like Corsola, smooth and easy. This was a battle, a war of minds, and Gyarados was losing. The creature reached the pool's edge and lowered its head. Not in deference, in defeat. Its eyes, still burning with fury, fixed on Ash with a hatred so pure it almost had physical weight. Stop, Misty's voice was sharp. Ash, stop. He released the command. Gyarados lunged, not attacking, just retreating, surging back to the far end of the pool with a splash that drenched them all. It coiled there, shaking, its rage now mixed with something Ash had never seen in a Gyarados before. Fear. What did you do? Misty whispered. What the hell did you do? I controlled it. Ash's voice was flat. His hands were shaking, he realized. Just like you asked. That wasn't control. That was, she broke off, looking at her Pokemon. At Gyarados, cowering in the corner. At Corsola, who'd stopped bouncing and was pressing against her legs. At Starmie, its gem flickering with distress. They're terrified, Ash. All of them. They felt what you did to Gyarados and they're terrified. I didn't hurt it. I didn't hurt any of them. You didn't have to hurt them. You showed them what you could do. Misty's voice cracked. You showed them that their free will means nothing. That everything they are, every battle they've fought, every bond they've formed, can be overwritten by you on a whim. Ash opened his mouth to argue, to defend himself, to explain that he'd only done what she asked, and then he saw Pikachu. The electric mouse was staring at him. Not sparking, not preparing to defend. Just, staring. And in those familiar dark eyes, Ash saw something that broke his heart. Pikachu was afraid of him. No. No, that wasn't, they were partners. They'd been partners since the beginning. Pikachu knew him, trusted him, loved him. Pikachu wasn't affected by the crown's power, couldn't be controlled, couldn't be, but Pikachu could see. Could watch. Could understand what Ash was becoming, even if he couldn't be forced to join it. Buddy, Ash said, his voice cracking. Buddy, Pikachu looked away. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Ash had ever heard. They sat on the gym's roof as the sun set, neither speaking. Misty had sent her Pokemon back to their balls, all except Gyarados, who'd refused to return and was now swimming circles in the pool below, still shaking off the trauma of Ash's demonstration. I remember when you couldn't even get Pikachu to obey you, Misty said finally. Her voice was quiet, tired. That first day, when you came to challenge my gym. You were this scrawny kid with too much confidence and a Pikachu who wouldn't listen to a word you said. I remember. And I thought, this trainer is going to fail. He doesn't understand anything about Pokemon. He thinks battling is about forcing them to do what he wants, when really it's about partnership. About trust. Ash didn't respond. He knew where this was going. But you proved me wrong. Misty turned to look at him, and there was something like grief in her eyes. You learned. You grew. You became the kind of trainer who earned his Pokemon's loyalty instead of demanding it. And now. Now I can demand it anyway. Yeah. Now you can. She shook her head slowly. What happened to you, Ash? Not at the Sea Temple, I mean inside. What happened to the boy who understood that there's no shortcut to real partnership? He drowned. The words came out before Ash could stop them, sharp and bitter. Misty flinched. He drowned, Ash repeated, softer. In the temple. In the dark. And whatever came back, it's not the same. I'm not the same. I can feel things, Misty. Sense things. Every water type in this city is in my head, all the time. Their emotions, their instincts, their bonds. I know which trainers love their Pokemon and which ones treat them like tools. I know which Pokemon are happy and which are suffering. I know everything about the water in this world, and that knowledge. He trailed off, unable to find the words. That knowledge makes you feel like you should do something about it, Misty finished. Yeah. Exactly. Ash looked down at his hands. When I was in that warehouse, surrounded by suffering Pokemon. I could have freed them the normal way. Could have battled, called the police, done everything by the book. But I felt their pain, Misty. Felt it like it was my own. And I knew I could end it instantly, could make those criminals stop, could save those Pokemon right then and there, so you did. So I did. Misty was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was careful. And did it help? Ending it instantly. Did that make things better? Ash thought about the criminals on their knees, terror in their eyes. Thought about the Pokemon he'd saved, their relief washing over him through the aquatic bond. Thought about the way power had surged through him, righteous and certain, as he'd forced those traffickers to submit. It felt like it did, he admitted. In the moment. But afterward. Afterward, you weren't sure. I'm still not sure. He looked up at the sky, stars beginning to emerge against the darkening blue. That's the problem. Every time I use this power, it feels right. Natural. Like this is what I was always supposed to be doing. But then I see the fear in their eyes, the Pokemon, the trainers, even Pikachu, and I think maybe I'm just fooling myself. Maybe this power is changing me, and I'm too close to see it. Misty didn't respond immediately. She followed his gaze upward, considering. Do you remember, she said finally, when we fought the 3 legendary birds? During the crisis with Lawrence 3? At the Orange Islands. Yeah. You were so determined to get those orbs back. To restore the balance. And when everything was falling apart, when even Lugia couldn't fix it alone, you just did what needed to be done. You didn't think about whether you were powerful enough or smart enough or good enough. You just acted. Ash frowned. What's your point? My point is that the Ash I knew didn't have power. He had determination and heart and maybe too much stubbornness for his own good. And those things, those qualities, they made him a hero. Not because he could force anyone to do what he wanted, but because he convinced them to choose to help. She turned to face him fully, and her expression was fierce. That's what I'm afraid you're losing. Not your kindness, not your desire to help, those are still there, I can see them. But you've been given a shortcut, Ash. A way to skip the hard part, the convincing part, the part where you actually have to trust other people to make the right choice. And shortcuts like that, they change you. Even when you don't mean for them to. Ash absorbed her words. They hurt, truth usually did, but she wasn't wrong. She was never wrong about the things that mattered. So what do I do? He asked. The power isn't going away. It's part of me now. I can't just ignore it. No, you probably can't. Misty stood, brushing off her clothes. But maybe you can learn to use it differently. Not as a first resort, but as a last one. Not to force people into submission, but to protect the ones who can't protect themselves. I thought that's what I was doing. In Slateport? Maybe. But what happens next time, when the threat isn't so clear? When it's not traffickers hurting Pokemon, but just someone who disagrees with you? Misty's eyes were sharp. What happens when using your power to control someone becomes easier than actually talking to them? Ash didn't have an answer to that. Come on, Misty said, offering him a hand. It's getting cold. Let's go inside. We can figure out the rest in the morning. He took her hand, let her pull him up. Their fingers lingered together for a moment, warm, familiar, achingly human. Misty, he said. Thanks. For. I don't know. For yelling at me. For caring enough to be angry. She smiled, just slightly. Someone has to keep you from drowning, Ash Ketchum. Might as well be me. They walked back toward the gym together. Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulder, still quiet, still watching. But when Ash reached up to scratch his ears, the electric mouse didn't pull away. Maybe that was a start. The next morning, everything went wrong. Ash woke to screaming. Not mental screaming, the kind he'd grown used to, water types in distress registering through the bond. This was actual, physical screaming, coming from outside the gym, accompanied by the crash of breaking glass and the roar of something massive. He was on his feet before he was fully awake, Pikachu sparking at his shoulder. Manaphy stirred in its blankets, antenna twitching with alarm. Stay here, Ash told the legendary, already running for the door. Don't come out until I say. He burst onto the gym's entrance platform and stopped dead. Cerulean City's harbor was in chaos. 3 Gyarados, wild ones, Ash could tell immediately, their minds burning with the feral rage of untrained creatures, were attacking the docks. They'd already destroyed half a dozen boats and were now turning their attention to the waterfront buildings, their hyper beams cutting through concrete like it was paper. Trainers were fighting back, but water types against Gyarados was a losing battle. Even fire and electric specialists were struggling, the serpents were too fast, too furious, too focused on destruction. Misty appeared beside him, already throwing pokeballs. There's something wrong with them. Wild Gyarados don't attack like this, they hunt in deep water, they avoid humans. Ash reached out with his senses and immediately understood. These Gyarados weren't acting on instinct. They were terrified. Something had driven them here, something that scared them more than humans, more than cities, more than death itself. And underneath their fear, at the edges of his perception, he felt it, a vast pressure, an ancient attention, watching from the depths. Kyogre. Not here, not yet, but close. Close enough to reach out and prod these wild creatures, to drive them toward the shore, to create chaos where there had been peace. A test. The legendary was testing him. I can stop them, Ash heard himself say. Misty looked at him sharply. How? Same way I stopped the Gyarados yesterday. I can make them stand down, go back to deep water, forget this ever happened. By controlling them. By overriding their minds. Yes. Misty's jaw tightened. Below them, a building collapsed. Screams echoed across the harbor. Do it, she said. Ash closed his eyes and reached. The wild Gyarados fought him, just like Misty's had. But there were 3 of them, and Ash was prepared this time, his will honed by practice, his power sharpened by understanding. He pushed, and they gave, their resistance crumbling under the weight of an authority older than their species. "Stop," he commanded. "Be calm. Return to the deep." One by one, the Gyarados ceased their rampage. Their eyes glazed, their movements slowed, and then, smoothly, gracefully, as if they'd never been attacking at all, they turned and swam back toward the open ocean. Ash released his hold and staggered. The effort had been greater than anything he'd attempted before, and his head was pounding with the strain. "Are you okay?" Misty grabbed his arm, steadying him. "Ash, your eyes, what about them?" She didn't answer immediately. Her expression was complicated, relief, concern, and something else. Something that might have been fear. "They were glowing," she said finally. "Blue. Like the ocean during a storm." Ash touched his face, feeling nothing unusual. "It stopped them, though. No one else got hurt. This time." Misty's voice was quiet. "But what about next time? What if the threat is worse? What if you have to push harder, take more control, go further than you did today? Then I'll handle it. Will you? Or will you become something that handles us?" Before Ash could respond, his senses flared with warning. Something was approaching, not from the sea, but from the sky. A helicopter, bearing the insignia of the Hoenn League. And walking out of the gym behind them, drawn by the commotion, was a figure Ash had been dreading. Wallace. The champion of Hoenn was exactly as elegant as his reputation suggested, tall, graceful, his blue-green hair perfectly styled despite the early hour. His Milotic coiled beside him, the same creature that had delivered its warning weeks ago. "That was quite a display," Wallace said, his voice carrying easily across the distance. The Sea Prince, stopping a Gyarados attack with nothing but his will. "The stories don't do you justice." Ash forced himself to stand straight, despite the exhaustion pulling at his bones. "I didn't want anyone to get hurt." A noble sentiment. Wallace's expression was unreadable. "But I wonder, would those Gyarados agree? Would they consider having their minds stripped away, their wills overridden, to be a mercy? They were attacking innocent people, they were being driven. Manipulated. Just as you now manipulate them." Wallace's eyes were sharp, seeing too much. "You felt it too, didn't you? The presence in the deep. The reason they attacked in the first place." Ash's blood went cold. "You know about Kyogre?" "I know about many things, Prince. Including the danger of power without wisdom." Wallace stepped closer, and despite himself, Ash took a step back. "The crown you carry grants authority, but authority without understanding is tyranny. And I have seen what happens when tyrants rule the sea. I'm not a tyrant. Not yet." Wallace's voice softened, almost gentle. "But you're walking that path, whether you realize it or not. Every time you use that power, you make it easier to use again. Every mind you override, every will you break, brings you closer to something you won't be able to return from." Misty stepped forward, positioning herself between them. "He saved those people, Wallace. Whatever methods he used, today, he saved them. Tomorrow?" Wallace shook his head. "I've been watching you, Ash Ketchum. Your actions, your growth, your choices. You're not evil, not yet. But you're also not in control. The power is using you as much as you're using it. Then help me." The words came out before Ash could stop them. "If you're so worried about what I might become, help me learn to be better." Wallace studied him for a long moment. "That depends. Can you accept that sometimes the right choice is not to use your power at all? Can you fight battles you might lose? Can you trust others to make their own decisions, even when you disagree with them?" Ash thought about the warehouse. The Gyarados attack. The cold certainty that had filled him when he'd commanded those creatures to kneel. I don't know, he admitted. But I want to try. Wanting isn't enough. Trying isn't enough. Wallace turned, his Milotic moving to follow. Come to Sutoopolis. In 1 month. If you're serious about learning, truly learning, then I'll teach you what I can. But understand this, Prince, I won't make it easy. And if you fail, if you show me that you cannot be trusted with this power. He looked back over his shoulder, and his eyes were ancient, cold, full of the weight of a champion who'd seen too much. I will stop you. Whatever it takes. He walked away. The helicopter descended to collect him, its rotors kicking up spray from the flooded streets. Within minutes, he was gone. Ash stood in the aftermath, Misty's hand still on his arm, Pikachu's weight on his shoulder. The harbor was devastated, buildings crumbling, boats destroyed, people everywhere crying out for help. He'd stopped the attack. Saved lives. Done everything right. So why did he feel like he'd already failed? The cleanup took all day. Ash threw himself into it with desperate energy, moving debris, carrying supplies, doing anything that kept his hands busy and his mind quiet. Pikachu worked alongside him, their partnership wordless but present. Misty coordinated the gym's resources, her water types helping to clear flooded streets and rescue trapped civilians. By evening, the worst was over. The harbor would take months to rebuild, but no one had died. That was something. That had to be something. Ash found himself at the waterfront as the sun went down, staring at the ocean that had caused so much destruction. His ocean, now. His responsibility. Misty found him there. The League is sending aid tomorrow, she said, sitting beside him on a broken pier. Wallace, he put in a word. Said Cerulean should be prioritized because of unusual circumstances. That was kind of him. Don't confuse kindness with strategy. He wants you in his debt. Ash laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. Everyone wants something from me. The Abyssal Court wants me to become their tyrant king. Kyogre wants to test how much I can take before I break. Wallace wants to control me before I become a threat. Even you, I want my friend back. Misty's voice was quiet, fierce. I want the boy who used to make me laugh, who drove me crazy with his stubbornness, who never gave up no matter how bad things got. I want Ash. Not the Sea Prince, not whatever Manaphy's power is turning you into. Just Ash. Something cracked in Ash's chest. He looked at her, really looked, past the gym leader mask, past the fierce exterior, and saw the same girl who'd fished him out of a river years ago. The same friend who'd traveled with him through dangers and disasters. The same Misty who'd never let him get away with anything. I'm still here, he said. I'm still me. Are you? The question hung between them. Ash didn't have an answer. I'm trying, he said finally. Every day. I'm trying to be the person you remember. But this power, it doesn't want me to be that person. It wants me to be something else. Something more. More isn't always better, Ash. I know. He looked back at the ocean, at the darkness hiding beneath its surface. But what if it's necessary? What if there are threats out there that I can only stop by becoming this? Misty didn't respond immediately. When she spoke, her voice was thoughtful. When I was little, my sisters told me about the old gym leaders. The ones who came before, going back generations. Some of them were heroes. Some of them were tyrants. And the difference wasn't in their power, it was in their choices. She turned to face him, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. You have more power than any of them ever did, Ash. More power than most legendary Pokémon. But that power doesn't decide who you are. You decide. Every moment, every choice, every time you have to choose between the easy path and the right one. And what if I choose wrong? Then I'll be here. Misty reached out and took his hand, her grip warm and strong. I'll be here to tell you. To fight you if I have to. To drag you back from whatever edge you're walking toward. Ash stared at their intertwined fingers. At this girl, this woman, who'd known him since before he knew himself. Who'd seen him at his worst and his best and everything in between. I don't deserve that, he said softly. No, Misty agreed. But you never did. That's kind of the point. She squeezed his hand, then let go. 1 month, she said. Wallace gave you 1 month. Use it. Figure out what kind of prince you want to be. And when you go to Sutoopolis, when he tests you. Yeah. Don't let him see what you're really capable of. Not yet. Misty's eyes were sharp with a strategist's cunning. He thinks he knows your limits. Let him keep thinking that. Because if he realizes how much power you actually have, he'll try to stop me before I'm ready. Exactly. She stood, brushing off her clothes. Get some rest, Ash. Tomorrow's going to be another long day. And after that. She looked at the ocean, at the darkness, at the ancient forces waiting in the deep. After that, we start preparing for war. That night, Ash dreamed again. Kyogre was waiting. Well played, the ancient legendary said. The Gyarados test, you passed it better than I expected. Most princes would have killed the creatures outright. You merely redirected them. Ash didn't respond. In the dream, he floated in the endless dark, facing eyes like dying stars. Wallace concerns you, Kyogre observed. He should. The champion is no fool, and he has faced powers like yours before. He knows the signs of a tyrant ascending. I'm not a tyrant. Not yet. But you felt it, didn't you? When you commanded those Gyarados. When their wills bent to yours. You felt the rightness of it. The certainty. Ash couldn't deny it. In that moment of crisis, forcing those creatures to obey had felt natural. Correct. Like finally using a limb he'd never known he had. That feeling will grow, Kyogre said. With every use, every command, every act of control. Until one day, you'll look at a human who defies you, and you'll wonder why their will should matter any more than a Gyarados'. I won't become that. Won't you? The legendary's laughter was an earthquake. The Abyssal Court believed the same thing, once. They were servants of the sea, dedicated to balance. Now they dream of drowning the world. The darkness shifted. Kyogre's form loomed larger, filling the void. I don't care what you become, little prince. Tyrant or hero, conqueror or savior, it makes no difference to me. The sea outlasts all human ambition. But if you want to survive what's coming. Ancient eyes burned with terrible light. You'll need to decide soon. Because the court is growing impatient. Wallace is growing afraid. And I. The pressure increased, crushing, absolute. I am growing interested. Ash woke gasping, salt water on his lips. The crown in his backpack was glowing. And outside the window, the ocean churned with storms that shouldn't exist, lightning splitting the night sky like the wrath of an angry god. The test at Cerulean was over. The real trial was just beginning. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Beautiful Resistance. The invitation arrived by Wingull. Ash was training on a rocky outcrop north of Cerulean, pushing the limits of his control with increasingly complex exercises. Manaphy floated nearby, cheerfully directing schools of wild Magikarp in synchronized swimming patterns while Pikachu watched from a sun-warmed boulder, tail flicking with each display of power. The Wingull descended in a spiral, a sealed envelope clutched in its beak. It landed on Ash's outstretched arm with the practiced ease of a messenger bird that had made this journey many times before. The envelope was heavy cream paper, embossed with a stylized wave that Ash recognized from Wallace's Milotic. He broke the seal and read. Prince of the Sea, the month I gave you has not yet passed, but events have accelerated. The abyssal court grows bolder. 3 coastal towns have reported strange occurrences, water types behaving oddly, trainers experiencing visions, ancient symbols appearing on beaches at low tide. They are preparing something. I cannot wait to see what kind of ruler you will become. I must know now. Come to Sutoopolis. Not in a month, in 3 days. Come prepared to prove yourself. Come prepared to battle. If you win without resorting to your crown's compulsion, I will teach you. I will help you understand what you've become and how to control it. If you lose, I will accept that you are still capable of losing. That the power hasn't consumed you entirely. If you cheat, if you use your authority to override my Pokémon's will, I will know. And I will treat you as the threat you've become. Choose wisely, Prince. The sea is watching. Wallace, champion of Hoenn Ash, read the letter twice, then a third time. His hands were steady, but his heart was racing. Pika. Pikachu had noticed his stillness, his tension. Wallace wants to battle me. Ash folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his jacket. He wants to see if I can win without using the crown's power. Papa going to fight? Manaphy abandoned its Magikarp ballet, drifting over with curious eyes. Manaphy can help. Manaphy strong. I know you are, buddy. But this fight. Ash looked at his hands, at the faint blue glow that sometimes flickered beneath his skin when his emotions ran high. This fight has to be different. I have to win the old way. The real way. Pikachu's ears perked up. For the first time in weeks, something like hope flickered in those dark eyes. This is what you needed, Ash realized. Proof that I'm still a trainer. That I can still be the partner you remember. 3 days, he said aloud. 3 days to get to Sutoopolis and prepare for a battle against the Hoenn champion. It was impossible. Wallace had decades of experience, a team honed to perfection, a mastery of water types that bordered on artistic. Ash was 15, with a team scattered across regions, his best Pokémon deposited at Professor Oak's lab. He should be terrified. Instead, he felt something he hadn't felt since the crown awakened. Excitement. The journey to Sutoopolis took 2 days by sea. Ash could have traveled faster, the crown's connection to water types meant he could have summoned a Lapras pod, could have surfed currents that would carry him there in hours. But that felt like cheating, somehow. Like relying on the power Wallace wanted him to prove he could resist. Instead, he took ferries. Regular boats, crowded with regular people, cutting across regular waves. It was almost nostalgic, this mundane form of travel. This was how he'd journeyed before Samaya, before the crown, before everything changed. Pikachu seemed to relax as the hours passed. The electric mouse sprawled across Ash's lap, tail swishing contentedly, soaking up the sun. Manaphy had retreated to its pokeball for the voyage, too many people around, too much risk of recognition, but its presence hummed at the edge of Ash's awareness, a warm pulse of unconditional love. Other passengers gave Ash space without knowing why. Something about him, perhaps. The way he moved, the way his eyes tracked the water, the faint sense of otherness that the crown had woven into his being. They didn't fear him, exactly. They just noticed him. And kept their distance. Ash spent the voyage thinking about Wallace's challenge. Win without the crown's power. Prove he was still capable of being a trainer, not just a tyrant. It sounded simple enough, but Ash knew it wasn't. The problem wasn't just that Wallace was stronger. The problem was that Ash had spent months developing his new abilities while neglecting the old ones. His battling instincts, once razor-sharp, had grown rusty. His Pokémon, once a unified team, were scattered across regions, their bonds stretching thin with distance. He needed his best. He needed Charizard, Sceptile, Infernape, the powerhouses who'd carried him through league after league. He needed time to retrain, to reconnect, to remember what it meant to earn victory instead of commanding it. He had 3 days. I'm going to lose, Ash murmured to Pikachu. You know that, right? Wallace has been champion for years. His Milotic alone could probably sweep my entire team. Pikachu opened one eye. Pika Pie. Yeah, I know. I've beaten champions before. But that was different. I was different. Pika. The word was firm, almost scolding. Ash smiled despite himself. You think I can still do it? Even now. Pikachu sat up, meeting Ash's gaze with that fierce determination that had never wavered, not once in all their years together. The electric mouse placed one paw on Ash's chest, over his heart, and spoke a single syllable. Chew. You're still you, that gesture said. Underneath everything. You're still the trainer who caught me, who fought beside me, who never gave up no matter how bad things got. Don't give up now. Ash felt tears prick his eyes. He blinked them back, scratching behind Pikachu's ears. Thanks, buddy. I needed that. The fairy horn sounded. Sutoopolis' crater walls were rising on the horizon, white cliffs gleaming in the afternoon sun. Time to prove what he was made of. Sutoopolis city was carved into the interior of an ancient volcano crater, its white buildings stacked against the cliffs like a vertical garden of stone and glass. The only entrance was by sea or air, through the underwater cavern that connected the crater's flooded caldera to the open ocean, or by flying over the crater's rim. Ash took the water route, naturally. The fairy emerged from the underwater passage into sudden, breathtaking light. The crater walls reflected the sun in 1,000 directions, turning the enclosed bay into a mirror of sky and cloud. White buildings cascaded down the slopes, connected by winding stairs and rope bridges. And at the heart of it all, rising from an island in the bay's center, stood the Sutoopolis Gym, a massive structure of white stone and blue tile, its architecture ancient and elegant and somehow alive. Wallace's domain. Ash felt the champion's presence before he saw him. A pressure in the water, a resonance in the aquatic bonds that connected every water type in the crater. Wallace wasn't just powerful, he was connected, his relationship with his Pokémon so deep that it registered on Ash's enhanced senses like a second heartbeat. This is what I'm up against, Ash thought. Not just a trainer. A master. The ferry docked at the main pier. Ash disembarked with Pikachu on his shoulder, his backpack containing Manaphy and the wrapped sea crown. He'd considered leaving the crown behind, it might be safer, might prove to Wallace that he wasn't dependent on it, but something in him resisted. The crown was his, whether he wanted it or not. Hiding from it wouldn't change that. A young man was waiting at the end of the pier. He wore the formal robes of a gym attendant, his expression politely neutral. Ash Ketchum? That's me. Champion Wallace extends his greetings. He asks that you rest tonight and prepare yourself. The battle will take place tomorrow at noon, in the gym's main arena. The format will be 6-on-6, full battle rules. Do you have any questions? 6-on-6. Ash had expected as much. It was the standard format for champion challenges, the true test of a trainer's depth. The problem was that Ash didn't have 6 battle-ready Pokémon with him. He had Pikachu, always. He had Manaphy, though using the legendary felt like it might violate the spirit of Wallace's challenge. He had a few others in his traveling rotation, Pokémon he'd caught or reclaimed during his months of wandering. But his best team? His championship-level roster. Scattered across 4 different regions, waiting at labs and reserves and with friends who'd offered to care for them. I have one question, Ash said. Is there a Pokémon Center with a transfer system nearby? The attendant's neutral expression flickered with something like surprise. Of course. The center is just up the main stair, to your left. Thanks. Ash was already moving. Tell Wallace I'll be ready. The Pokémon Center's transfer room was small but functional, a single terminal connected to the global PC network, capable of receiving Pokémon from any registered storage system in the world. Ash sat before it, fingers hovering over the keyboard. He'd made calls already, to Professor Oak, to Professor Birch, to trainers who'd been holding his Pokémon during his absence. They'd all agreed to send what he needed. All he had to do was receive them. But first, he needed to choose. Pikachu sat beside him, watching the screen. The electric mouse knew what was at stake. Knew that this battle might determine everything: Ash's future, his relationship with the League, his ability to learn from Wallace instead of being treated as a threat. "Okay," Ash said, pulling up the storage system. "Let's see what we're working with." The screen displayed his registered Pokémon, dozens of them, scattered across multiple regions. Charizard, currently training in the Cherisific Valley. Sceptile, residing at Professor Birch's lab. Infernape, Torterra, Abyssal, Staraptor, his Sinnoh team, deposited at Professor Rowan's after his league run. Crocodile, Pignite, Snivy, Unova representatives. And further back, older partners: Bulbasaur, Squirtle, the Tauros herd, Kingler, Mook. A lifetime of partnerships, all waiting for his call. "I need type coverage," Ash mused. Wallace specializes in water types, so electric and grass are obvious. But he'll expect that. His team will have answers: ice moves for grass, ground moves for electric. "I need to be unpredictable." "Pika Pie," Pikachu agreed. Ash's fingers moved across the keyboard, selecting candidates. Charizard was a must: raw power, aerial mobility, and the sheer intimidation factor of facing a pseudo-dragon in battle. Sceptile for speed and grass coverage. Infernape for fighting-type offense and fire backup. But 3 wasn't enough. He needed depth. His eyes landed on a name he hadn't thought about in years. Greninja. The Kalos starter had been special. Their bond had transcended normal trainer-Pokémon relationships, creating the battle bond phenomenon that transformed Greninja into something unique. But that power had come with a cost. The intense synchronization had been too much for both of them, and after the Kalos League, they'd parted ways. Greninja had stayed behind to protect the region, while Ash had moved on. But the bond was still there. Ash could feel it now, a dormant thread in the web of connections the crown had awakened. Greninja wasn't a water type by coincidence; its aquatic nature meant it fell under the crown's domain. Which meant Ash could call it home. He hesitated, fingers hovering over the selection. Using the crown's connection to summon Greninja felt different from using it to control a Pokémon. This was just reaching out. Sending an invitation. Greninja could refuse. Couldn't it? "Pika." Pikachu's voice was questioning. "I'm thinking about Greninja." Ash didn't take his eyes off the screen. "Our bond is still there. I can feel it. And Greninja could make the difference against Wallace. The speed, the type advantage, the battle bond. Pika Pai Chu. I know it's not the same as controlling. But is it fair? Using a connection that only exists because of the crown?" Pikachu was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, he reached out and touched Ash's hand with his paw. "Chu Pai Ka. Pika Pika Chu." The bond existed before the crown. The crown just let you feel it again. Ash absorbed those words. Pikachu was right, the battle bond wasn't a creation of the sea crown. It had developed naturally, through battle and trust and the kind of partnership that Ash had spent his whole career building. The crown had just amplified it. Made it visible in a way it hadn't been before. Was that cheating? Or was it just understanding something that had always been true? "Okay," Ash decided. "I'll try. But if Greninja doesn't want to come, if it feels like I'm forcing it, I'll let go." He closed his eyes and reached. Not with the commanding force he'd used on the Gyarados. Not with the overwhelming pressure of the crown's full authority. Just a gentle touch. A question, sent across the miles to wherever Greninja was standing watch. "Hey. It's been a while. I need your help." For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, a pulse of recognition. Surprise, followed by warmth, followed by fierce determination. Greninja remembered him. Remembered their battles, their synchronization, the impossible heights they'd reached together. And it wanted to come home. The transfer terminal beeped. A pokeball materialized on the receiving pad, its surface marked with a waterdrop emblem that Ash had carved himself, years ago. He picked it up, feeling the weight of reunion in his palm. Welcome back, partner. By evening, Ash had assembled his team. Pikachu, obviously. Charizard, arrived from the Cherisific Valley with a roar that rattled the Pokémon Center's windows. Sceptile, cool and composed, already stretching its limbs after the transfer. Infernape, flame crown burning bright, practically vibrating with battle lust. Greninja, standing apart from the others, its eyes meeting Ash's with an understanding that didn't need words. And finally, a choice that surprised even him, Goodra. The dragon type had been living at the wetlands where Ash had released it after the Kalos League. Like Greninja, it had stayed behind to protect its home. But when Ash had reached out, carefully, tentatively, just a question and not a command, Goodra had responded with enthusiastic affection. The slimy dragon had practically leaped through the transfer system, immediately draping itself over Ash in a hug that left his clothes soaked with slime. You could have said no, Ash told it, laughing despite himself. Both of you could have said no. Goodra burbled happily, nuzzling his face. Greninja watched with something like amusement flickering across its stoic features. We chose to come, its posture said. Don't insult us by pretending otherwise. 6 Pokémon. 6 partners who'd chosen to stand with him, not because of the crown's authority, but because of bonds forged in battle and trust. It wasn't the overwhelming force that Ash's power could command, but it was his. Earned, not demanded. Okay, Ash said, gathering his team around him in the center's back training area. Tomorrow we face Wallace. He's a champion, which means he's better than almost anyone we've ever fought. His water types will be fast, skilled, and probably know a dozen tricks we've never seen. Charizard snorted, smoke curling from its nostrils. So what? So we're going to have to be smart. Ash met each of his Pokémon's eyes in turn. No holding back, but no relying on raw power either. Wallace's whole point is to see if I can still battle like a real trainer. We have to prove that I can. Pika Pie, Pikachu added, climbing onto Ash's shoulder. Chew Pika, Pikachu. And we have to do it together. As a team. The Pokémon exchanged glances. There was history here, some of them had fought alongside each other before, others were meeting for the first time. But something united them. Something that had drawn them all to Ash's call. Trust. Let's run some drills, Ash said. We've got until midnight to shake off the rust. Charizard's flame flared. Sceptile's leaves rustled with anticipation. Infernape's fists ignited. Greninja settled into a battle stance, already reading the training ground's terrain. Goodra quivered with excitement, slime dripping in puddles at its feet. And Pikachu's cheeks sparked, electricity dancing between the familiar yellow fur. A team united. A trainer reclaiming himself. Tomorrow, they'd show Wallace what that meant. The Sutoopolis gym's main arena was a masterpiece of aquatic architecture. The battlefield was split between land and water, a series of floating platforms surrounded by a deep pool that shimmered with filtered sunlight from skylights above. Waterfalls cascaded down the walls, feeding the pool, their gentle roar providing a constant backdrop of white noise. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of sea salt and something floral, possibly from the exotic water plants that grew in cultivated beds around the arena's edge. Ash stood at one end, his Pokémon still in their balls. Pikachu remained on his shoulder, having claimed the position of first battler with a determination that brooked no argument. At the other end stood Wallace. The champion was dressed formally, his flowing coat a cascade of blue and turquoise that echoed the water surrounding them. His expression was serene, almost peaceful, but his eyes were sharp as he studied Ash across the battlefield. "You came," Wallace said. His voice carried easily, amplified by the arena's acoustics. "You invited me. I issued a challenge. There's a difference." Wallace's gaze flickered to Pikachu, to the pokeballs at Ash's belt. "You brought a full team, I see. Good. I was worried you might try to win with Manaphy alone." "Manaphy isn't fighting today." Ash touched the pokeball at his hip, where the legendary slumbered peacefully. "This battle is about proving something. Manaphy would just complicate that." Something shifted in Wallace's expression. Surprise? Respect? Interesting choice. "Then let's begin." The referee, a young woman in league official robes, raised her flags. "This will be a 6-on-6 Pokémon battle between Champion Wallace and Challenger Ash Ketchum. Each trainer may substitute freely. The battle ends when all 6 of one trainer's Pokémon are unable to continue." She swept her flags down. "Battle begin." Wallace's first Pokémon was Lovedisk. It seemed almost insulting. The heart-shaped fish was considered one of the weakest water types, more popular for its cuteness than its combat ability. But Ash had learned long ago not to underestimate champions. "Pikachu, you're up." The electric mouse leaped from his shoulder, landing on the nearest floating platform with practiced ease. Electricity crackled around its cheeks, illuminating the arena with yellow light. Wallace's Lovedisk hovered above the water, apparently unbothered. Up close, Ash could see that this was no ordinary specimen. Its scales gleamed with an iridescent quality that spoke of excellent care, and its movements were precise, controlled. Thunderbolt. Pikachu discharged a bolt of electricity toward the floating target. Fast, accurate, powerful enough to one-shot most water types, Lovedisk dodged. Not just dodged, flowed. The little fish moved with impossible grace, sliding between the lightning's branches like water through fingers. It didn't just avoid the attack, it made the attack look clumsy by comparison. "Attract," Wallace said calmly. The Lovedisk's eyes gleamed with pink light. Hearts materialized in the air, drifting toward Pikachu with deceptive slowness. Ash felt his heart clench. Attract was a status move that induced infatuation. If it hit, Pikachu would be too distracted by the Lovedisk's charm to fight effectively. Quick attack to dodge. Pikachu blurred sideways, leaving afterimages as it evaded the approaching hearts. The electric mouse's speed was legendary, honed through years of intense training, and for a moment it seemed like escape was certain. Aqua Jet. Lovedisk became a missile of water, crossing the arena in an instant. It intercepted Pikachu mid-dodge, slamming into the electric mouse with surprising force and sending it tumbling across the platform. Pikachu. Ash's partner recovered quickly, shaking off the hit with a spark of indignation. The damage was minimal. Aqua Jet wasn't a powerful move, but the message was clear. Wallace's weak Pokémon was faster than it had any right to be. "That Lovedisk has been trained to perfection," Ash muttered. "Every movement is optimized. You're only now noticing." Wallace's voice carried gentle amusement. "Power isn't the only form of strength, Prince. Sometimes, skill matters more." Prince. He kept using that word like a reminder. Like a warning. "Pikachu, let's change approach." Agility. Pikachu's speed increased, the electric mouse becoming a yellow blur as it circled the battlefield. Lovedisk tracked its movement, those deceptively cute eyes calculating angles and trajectories. Thunderbolt, rapid fire. Instead of one massive bolt, Pikachu released a dozen smaller strikes in quick succession. Lightning rained down on the arena, turning the air to plasma, making the water steam and spark. Lovedisk dodged the first. And the second. And the third. But it couldn't dodge them all. The seventh bolt caught the fish mid-maneuver, the electricity supercharging through its water-saturated body. Lovedisk convulsed, then collapsed into the pool, unconscious. Lovedisk is unable to battle. Ash felt a surge of victory, quickly suppressed. 1 down, 5 to go. And Wallace had been testing him with his weakest Pokémon. The real battle was just beginning. Wallace's second choice was Seaking. The ornate fish surfaced in the center of the pool, its horn gleaming with dangerous light. Unlike Lovedisk, there was nothing cute about this creature. It was a predator, pure and simple, and its eyes tracked Pikachu with hunting intensity. Pikachu, be careful. That horn, Mega Horn. Seaking launched itself from the water with terrifying speed, horn first. The attack was faster than it should have been. This Seaking had been bred or trained for velocity, its whole existence optimized for this kind of sudden strike. Pikachu dodged by a hair's breadth, the horn passing close enough to ruffle its fur. Counter with Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail gleamed metallic as it spun, aiming for Seaking's vulnerable side, but the fish was already diving, disappearing beneath the water's surface with barely a ripple. Water Pulse. The pool erupted. Rings of pressurized water expanded outward, striking the floating platforms with enough force to make them rock. Pikachu lost its footing, stumbled, Aqua Jet. Seaking shot from the water like a torpedo, horn aimed at Pikachu's exposed back. There was no time to dodge, no time to, Pikachu, redirect with Electro Ball. The electric mouse twisted in midair, forming a sphere of electricity between its paws and hurling it downward. The Electro Ball met the charging Seaking halfway, exploding in a flash of light and force that sent both Pokémon tumbling. Seaking hit the water hard, sparking with residual electricity. Pikachu landed on a platform, panting but still standing. Now. Thunderbolt, full power. This time, there was nowhere for the stunned Seaking to dodge. Lightning struck the pool's surface and spread through the water, turning the arena into a crackling death trap for anything aquatic. Seaking convulsed once, twice, then floated belly up. Seaking is unable to battle. 2 down. But Pikachu was breathing hard, its earlier injuries accumulating. Ash could see the exhaustion in his partner's stance, the slight tremor in those powerful legs. Return, Pikachu. Pika. The electric mouse looked back, surprised. You did great. But we need you fresh for later. Ash held up another Pokeball. Let me give someone else a turn. Pikachu hesitated, then nodded, leaping back to Ash's shoulder. Some battles required restraint as much as aggression. Wallace watched the exchange with that unreadable expression. Interesting. You're pacing yourself. I learned from watching you. Ash threw his next Pokeball. Sceptile, let's go. The grass-type materialized on the largest platform, twin leaf blades gleaming. Sceptile was speed incarnate, one of the fastest non-legendary Pokémon Ash had ever trained, and against water types, it should have dominated. Wallace smiled. Walrein. The massive ice-type surfaced with a rumble, its tusked face nearly as large as Sceptile's entire body. Ice crystals formed in the air around it, dropping the arena's temperature several degrees. Ice. Of course. Wallace had prepared for grass coverage. Leaf Blade. Sceptile moved before Ash finished the command, crossing the distance in an eye blink. Its blade swept toward Walrein's face, aiming for a quick knockout, Ice Ball. Walrein opened its mouth and spat. A ball of frozen air intercepted Sceptile mid-leap, exploding against the grass-type's chest and sending it tumbling backward. Frost crept across Sceptile's scales, hindering its movement. Shake it off. Dragon Claw. Sceptile's claws gleamed with draconic energy as it surged forward again. This time, the attack connected, 3 deep gouges appearing across Walrein's blubbery side. But Walrein barely flinched. Sheer cold. The words were quiet, almost casual. But the effect was devastating. Ice erupted from Walrein's body in an expanding wave, not targeted at Sceptile but at the environment. The pool's surface froze solid in an instant. The platforms locked in place, trapped by spreading frost. And the temperature dropped so fast that even Ash felt it, a cold that cut through his clothes and bit at his skin. Sceptile stumbled, its movements sluggish. Grass types were vulnerable to cold, their metabolism slowed, their reactions dulled. In an arena that had suddenly become a frozen wasteland, Sceptile was fighting at half capacity. Solar Beam. It was a desperation move. Solar Beam needed time to charge, time that Sceptile didn't have. But the alternative was standing still while the cold drained its strength. Light gathered at Sceptile's maw, golden and bright, drawing energy from the skylights overhead. Blizzard. The frozen air became a hurricane of ice. Snow and sleet and crystallized wind slammed into Sceptile, cutting through its scales, interrupting the solar beam charge, driving the grass type to its knees. When the storm cleared, Sceptile was down. Sceptile is unable to battle. Ash recalled his fallen partner, his jaw tight. 3 Pokémon each now, but Wallace still had 5 at full strength. The momentum was shifting. Impressive power, Wallace observed. That Sceptile was well trained. In most environments, it would have been victorious. But you controlled the environment. Ash understood now. Wallace wasn't just fighting with his Pokémon, he was shaping the battlefield itself. Every choice, every attack, served a larger strategy. Exactly. Wallace's expression remained serene. Power without context is meaningless. A trainer who cannot read the field, cannot adapt to changing conditions, that trainer will always lose, no matter how strong their Pokémon. It was a lesson. Ash recognized it as such. Wallace wasn't just trying to win, he was teaching. The question was whether Ash was learning. Infernape, he called, releasing his next choice. Let's melt this ice. Infernape emerged in a blaze of fire, its crown burning bright enough to push back the cold. Steam rose where its feet touched the frozen platform, ice sublimating under the intensity of its flames. Walrein regarded the fire type with something like concern. For all its bulk, for all its ice-type advantages, fire was still fire. Flare Blitz. Infernape became a comet, wreathed in flames so hot they turned blue at the edges. The frozen arena couldn't slow it, couldn't slow anything that burned this bright. It crossed the distance in a heartbeat and slammed into Walrein's side with explosive force. The ice-type roared, genuine pain in its voice. Burn spread across its blubber, the smell of singed fat filling the arena. Ice Fawn. Walrein's massive jaws snapped at Infernape, but the fire type was already gone, bouncing away with simian agility, using the now slippery ice as a skating rink. Close combat. Infernape closed again, fists blazing, striking Walrein with a combination of punches and kicks too fast to follow. The ice-type tried to retaliate, but its bulk worked against it now. Infernape was too fast, too mobile, too hot to pin down. Walrein, return. Wallace recalled his injured Pokémon before it could fall. Well fought. Rest now. Ash allowed himself a small smile. Finally, some momentum. Milotic, Wallace said, and the temperature in the arena changed again. Not colder, just different. Charged, somehow. Electric with anticipation. Wallace's ace emerged from her ball in a cascade of rainbow light, her serpentine form even more beautiful than Ash remembered. She regarded Infernape with eyes that seemed to see everything, every weakness, every strength, every possibility. Hydro pump. Water blasted from Milotic's mouth with cannon-like force. Infernape dodged, but the attack wasn't aimed at the fire type, it was aimed at the frozen pool behind it. The impact shattered the ice, sending shards flying, turning the arena into a hazardous mess of slippery surfaces and standing water. Get above it. Flare Blitz from the air. Infernape leaped, flames igniting, aiming to dive bomb Milotic from above, Mirror Coat. The fire type struck Milotic dead center. The serpent's body gleamed silver for an instant, absorbing the impact, and then, Infernape was thrown backward with twice the force it had delivered. The fire type hit a platform so hard the stone cracked, and when the dust cleared, it wasn't getting up. Infernape is unable to battle. Ash stared. Mirror Coat reflected special attacks with double power, but Flare Blitz was physical. Unless. Marvel Scale, Wallace said, answering the unspoken question. Milotic's ability allows her to convert physical attacks to special ones under certain conditions. Your Infernape's flame was impressive. But ultimately, it just gave Milotic more power to reflect. 3 Pokemon down. Ash had Pikachu, Greninja, and Goodra remaining. Wallace still had Milotic, Walrein, and 3 unknowns. This wasn't going well. Take 5, the referee announced. Trainers may confer with their Pokemon. Ash walked to a bench at his end of the arena, his mind racing. Wallace was dismantling him systematically, not through raw power, but through superior strategy. Every choice Ash made, Wallace had an answer. Every advantage Ash pressed, Wallace turned against him. This was what a champion looked like. This was what Ash had been aspiring to his whole career. And he was losing. Pika Pie. Pikachu touched his arm, drawing his attention. I know, buddy. I know. Ash took a deep breath, forcing his thoughts to settle. We're not done yet. We still have 3 Pokemon. And Greninja. He touched the Waterdrop Pokeball at his belt. The bond pulsed, warm and strong, waiting to be called. Greninja was his ace. The battle bond gave them a synchronization that no other trainer Pokemon pair could match. If anything could turn this battle around. But Wallace would expect that. Would have planned for it. And if Ash relied on Greninja too early, he'd lose any element of surprise. Goodra first, he decided. Let's see how Wallace handles a dragon. Goodra materialized with a happy burble, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the arena. The slimy dragon looked around with curiosity, its eyes landing on Milotic with evident fascination. Milotic regarded the dragon type with the patience of an apex predator. Goodra, focus. Ash's voice cut through the dragon's distraction. This is a real battle. Stay sharp. Gua. Goodra's expression shifted, becoming more serious. It remembered battles, remembered training, remembered what it meant to fight for its trainer. Dragon Pulse. Purple gold energy gathered at Goodra's maw and erupted toward Milotic. The serpent dodged gracefully, her body flowing like water given form, but Goodra had predicted the dodge. Bide. The dragon's eyes gleamed as it began storing energy, its body glowing with an inner light. Milotic's follow-up hydro pump struck Goodra dead center, but instead of damaging the dragon, the attack was absorbed. Stored. Compressed into power that would be released later. Clever, Wallace murmured. But Bide is a gamble. If you release too early, you waste the stored energy. Too late, an ice beam. Milotic's eyes glowed blue as frozen energy lanced toward Goodra. The dragon, still charging Bide, couldn't dodge, wouldn't dodge, not when it meant losing the stored power. Ice crystals spread across Goodra's slimy skin. The cold cut through the dragon's natural defenses, dealing massive damage, but Goodra held firm. Glowing brighter. Storing more. Another ice beam. The second strike hit harder than the first. Goodra staggered, its body covered in frost, its movement slowing. But still it held. Still it stored. You're going to lose your dragon, Wallace observed. One more attack and it will fall before it can release. Ash smiled grimly. Are you sure about that? Ice, now. Bide. Goodra's eyes snapped open, blazing with accumulated power. Everything it had absorbed, the hydro pump, both ice beams, the damage from every attack, compressed into a single point and released. The beam of pure force struck Milotic before the serpent could finish its attack. The champion's ace was thrown across the arena, slamming into the far wall with enough impact to crack the stone. For a long moment, silence. Then Milotic stirred, rising from the water with effort. Injured, clearly injured, but still fighting. Its eyes found Gudra, and there was something like respect in those ancient depths. But Gudra wasn't looking at Milotic. Gudra was looking at the ceiling. Because Gudra was falling. Gudra. Ash lunged forward as his dragon collapsed, the damage from those ice beams finally overwhelming its reserves. The dragon hit the platform with a wet thud, unconscious but smiling. I did good, right? Its expression seemed to say. I helped. You did great, buddy. Ash recalled the dragon, his voice tight with emotion. You did amazing. 2 Pokemon left. Milotic was wounded, but Wallace still had Walrein and 2 others. And Ash was running out of options. Pikachu, he said, you're up again. Let's finish what we started. The electric mouse leaped into the arena, cheeks sparking with determination. Milotic regarded its small opponent with weary eyes. The serpent was hurting, its movement slower than before. This is where it ends, Ash said. One way or another. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lightning struck Milotic dead center. The serpent shrieked, electricity coursing through its water-saturated body, its elegant form contorting with pain. Recover, Wallace said calmly. Milotic's body gleamed with healing energy. The wounds closed, the pain faded, and the serpent rose again, not fully restored, but no longer on the edge of defeat. Recover. Of course. Wallace's ace could heal itself. We have to overpower it, Ash realized. Hit it faster than it can recover. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Pikachu became a streak of lightning, electricity coating its body as it launched toward Milotic with suicidal speed. This was Pikachu's ultimate move, devastating power, but at the cost of recoil damage. Milotic tried to dodge, but it was too slow. Pikachu struck the serpent's midsection, the impact discharging enough electricity to light a small city. Both Pokemon tumbled backward, Pikachu sparking with recoil damage, Milotic struggling to rise. Again. Ash shouted. Don't give it time to recover. Pika. Choo. Another Volt Tackle. Another devastating impact. Milotic crashed into the pool, its body limp, its eyes finally closing. Milotic is unable to battle. A cheer rose from somewhere, probably the small crowd of gym trainers watching from the stands. Wallace's ace, defeated. The champion's strongest partner, brought down by a Pikachu's determination. But Ash wasn't celebrating. Because Pikachu was swaying, the recoil from 2 Volt Tackles taking its toll. And Wallace was smiling. Whiscash, the champion said, releasing his next Pokemon. The mud fish surfaced with a lazy ripple, its whiskers twitching. It regarded Pikachu with something like pity. Ground type. Electric immune. Of course. Earthquake. The arena shook. The platforms cracked. Pikachu, unable to dodge, was thrown into the air and slammed down again as the earth itself rejected it. Pikachu. The electric mouse tried to rise, but its legs gave out. Sparks flickered and died. Finally, inevitably, Pikachu collapsed. Pikachu is unable to battle. 1 Pokemon left. 1 chance. Ash looked at the Pokeball in his hand, the water drop emblem catching the light. Everything came down to this. Greninja, he said, voice steady despite his pounding heart. I choose you. Greninja materialized in a flash of blue light, landing on the central platform with predatory grace. The ninja frog's eyes swept the arena, taking in the damaged terrain, the injured opponents, the weight of the moment. Then those eyes found Ash. Ready? They seemed to ask. Ash felt the bond pulse between them, that unique connection that transcended normal trainer-Pokemon relationships. He could feel Greninja's heartbeat, its breathing, its thoughts. They were synchronized in a way that nothing else in Ash's life had ever been. This was why Wallace had challenged him. This was the test. Could Ash fight with this kind of power and still remain himself? Let's find out, Ash murmured. And then, aloud, Greninja, battle bond. The transformation was instant. Water erupted around Greninja, swirling into a massive shuriken on its back. The ninja frog's form shifted, grew, became something more, Ash-Greninja, the fusion of trainer and Pokémon, the physical manifestation of their perfect synchronization. Ash felt the change echo through his own body. His senses sharpened, his awareness expanded. For a moment, he was Greninja, saw through its eyes, felt through its skin, understood the battlefield with an intuition that went beyond human perception. Wallace's eyes widened. So this is the battle bond. Remarkable. Whiskash, Ash commanded, his voice overlapping with Greninja's mental acknowledgement. Water Shuriken. The massive blade on Greninja's back detached and flew, spinning toward the mud fish with incredible speed. Whiskash dove, but the Shuriken tracked, guided by the shared consciousness of trainer and Pokémon. Impact. Whiskash surfaced, dazed, a massive gash across its flank. Earthquake. The ground shook again, but Greninja was already airborne, leaping to avoid the attack, using the arena's vertical space with an agility that normal Pokémon couldn't match. Night Slash. Greninja's arm blades gleamed with dark energy as it descended on Whiskash. 2 strikes, perfectly placed, and the mud fish was done. Whiskash is unable to battle. Wallace recalled his fallen Pokémon without expression. But there was something in his eyes now, a light that hadn't been there before. You fight well, the champion said. The bond between you and your Greninja is extraordinary. It's not about fighting well. Ash's voice was Greninja's voice, the two of them speaking as one. It's about trust. About two beings choosing to work together, not because one commands the other, but because they believe in each other. Wallace was silent for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. I understand. He reached for his final Pokeball. But let me show you something. A bond that took decades to forge. A partnership that goes beyond even your remarkable synchronization. He released his last Pokémon. Walrein emerged again, healed by a full restore, its wounds closed. The Ice-type regarded Ash-Greninja with focused intensity. And Wallace closed his eyes. Ash felt at the moment the connection formed. Not the crown's commanding force. Not the battle bond's synchronization. Something else, something gentler, deeper, a harmony between trainer and Pokémon that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with love. Walrein moved before Wallace spoke, anticipating its trainer's thoughts. Ice formed in the air around it, not as an attack but as a language, crystalline patterns that seemed to spell out strategies, tactics, possibilities. This is what I wanted to show you, Wallace said, his voice soft. The bond you share with Greninja is impressive. But it's based on power, on the fusion of your consciousness with your Pokémon's. What I share with my team is based on understanding. On years of learning each other's hearts. Walrein moved again, and this time Greninja barely dodged. The Ice-type was somehow faster, somehow more precise, as if Wallace's observation had unlocked a new level of capability. Ice Beam. The attack came from an angle Greninja hadn't anticipated. Ice struck the ninja frog's leg, slowing it down, interfering with its agility advantage. Night Slash. Greninja closed, blades ready, but Walrein wasn't where it expected. The Ice-type had shifted, reading Greninja's approach through Wallace's insight. Avalanche. Snow and ice cascaded from above, burying Greninja under a frozen mass. The ninja frog burst free, but it was damaged now, its movements less certain. They're reading us, Ash realized. Not our moves, our thoughts. Wallace can see what I'm going to do before I do it. This was the difference between a champion and a challenger. Not power, not speed, not even bond strength. It was experience. Decades of battles, of learning, of growing alongside partners who knew you better than you knew yourself. Greninja looked back at Ash, its eyes questioning. What do we do? Ash didn't have an answer. His battle bond with Greninja was powerful, but it was young, forged in a single region's journey, tempered by a handful of crucial battles. Wallace's bond with his team had been building for 30 years. How did you overcome that kind of advantage? You're thinking too hard. Ash blinked. The voice hadn't come from Wallace, it had come from his own mind. From somewhere deep inside, where the crown's power whispered and ancient instincts stirred. You're trying to fight like Wallace. Like a champion. But that's not who you are. The voice was right. Ash had spent this whole battle trying to prove he could win like a traditional trainer, using traditional methods. But Ash had never been traditional. He'd always won by doing the unexpected, by believing in his Pokémon harder than anyone thought possible. That hadn't changed. Even with the crown. Even with everything. Greninja, Ash said aloud, and his voice carried a new certainty. Forget strategy. Forget technique. Just trust me. Like you always have. The ninja frog's eyes met his. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Greninja smiled. Always. Ash reached deeper into their bond than he ever had before. Not the crown's power, he kept that firmly locked away. Just the battle bond, the synchronization, the shared heart that made them more than trainer and Pokémon. He stopped thinking. Stopped planning. Just felt. And moved. What happened next would be discussed in training circles for years. Ash-Greninja became a blur, moving faster than it had all battle. But it wasn't raw speed, it was efficiency. Every motion perfect, every dodge precisely calculated, every attack finding its target with impossible accuracy. Walrein tried to counter, but suddenly Wallace's anticipation wasn't enough. The champion could read Ash's thoughts, but there were no thoughts to read. Just instinct. Just trust. Just two beings moving as one, acting before consciousness could interfere. Water Shuriken. Night Slash. Cut. Aerial Ace. The attacks came in a pattern that had no pattern, a strategy that wasn't a strategy. Greninja danced around Walrein's defenses, finding gaps that shouldn't exist, exploiting weaknesses that the Ice-type hadn't known it had. Wallace's eyes widened. This is what I am, Ash said, and his voice echoed through the arena like the roar of the sea. Not a prince. Not a trainer. Just someone who believes. Greninja gathered water from the pool, from the air, from the very moisture in the stone, and compressed it into a single, massive shuriken. The blade was enormous, larger than any Greninja should be able to wield, gleaming with power that came from somewhere beyond technique. Water Shuriken. The attack launched, spinning, building speed, gathering more water as it flew. Walrein braced for impact, the shuriken split. 5 smaller blades, each still massive, each aimed at a different angle. Walrein dodged 2, blocked 1, was struck by 2. The Ice-type staggered. Then fell. Walrein is unable to battle. The winner is challenger Ash Ketchum. Silence. Ash stood in the center of the devastated arena, Greninja beside him, both of them breathing hard. The battle bond was fading, Greninja returning to normal, but the connection between them remained, warm and certain and right. He'd won. Not with the crown's power. Not by commanding or controlling or forcing. Just by trusting his Pokémon and being trusted in return. Wallace recalled his fallen Walrein, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he crossed the arena toward Ash. You surprised me, the champion said. At the end. That last sequence, I couldn't read you. Couldn't anticipate. It was like trying to catch water with your fingers. I stopped thinking, Ash admitted. Just, let it happen. Yes. I saw. Wallace studied him for a long moment. You know, when I first heard about the Sea Prince, I expected a tyrant in the making. A child drunk on power, unable to see past his own authority. But you. He smiled, and for the first time, the expression seemed genuine. You're something else entirely. Something I haven't seen before. I don't know what I am, Ash said honestly. The crown changed me. The power is still there, still calling. I don't know if I can resist it forever. Perhaps not. Perhaps the temptation will always be present. Wallace placed a hand on Ash's shoulder. But today, you chose not to use it. Today, you proved that the trainer I saw 5 years ago at the Evergrande conference, the boy who never gave up, who believed in his Pokémon with absolute faith, is still in there. He squeezed once, then let go. Come. We have much to discuss. And I believe I promised you training. They sat in Wallace's private study as the sun set over Sutoopolis. Tea steamed in cups between them, an elegant service that seemed at odds with the battle they just fought. Pikachu was curled in Ash's lap, exhausted but content. The rest of his team was recovering in the Pokémon Center, their injuries being tended by expert nurses. Only Manaphy remained with Ash, having emerged from its ball the moment they left the arena. Papa won, the legendary had announced, to the confusion of everyone present. Papa is strongest. Wallace had taken that revelation in stride. Champions, it seemed, were accustomed to surprises. The abyssal cord is growing bolder, Wallace said, getting to business. They've been dormant for centuries, but your awakening has excited them. They believe you're the prince they've been waiting for, the one who will restore the Sea Kingdom to its former glory. I'm not interested in ruling anything. I know. But they won't accept that easily. Wallace sipped his tea, thoughtful. There's also the matter of Kyogre. Ash's blood chilled. You know about that too. I've faced Kyogre before. During the events with teams Magma and Aqua, when the Ancient Ones nearly destroyed Hoenn. The legendary retreated afterward, but it never truly sleeps. It watches. It waits. Wallace's eyes met Ash's. And now it's watching you. It sent me dreams. Tested me with those Gyarados in Cerulean. There will be more tests. Kyogre wants to understand what kind of prince you'll become. Will you serve its interests? Will you become a rival to its power? Will you be worth destroying or worth preserving? Wallace set down his cup. These are questions only you can answer. But I can help you prepare for the answers. How? Training. Not just your Pokémon, your control over the crown's power. Right now, you use it instinctively, reactively. You need to learn precision. Focus. The ability to touch a single mind without overwhelming a dozen others. Ash thought about the warehouse, about the criminals he'd accidentally dominated. I've been trying. It's hard. The power wants to spread. Wants to take everything. Of course it does. That's the nature of authority, it always wants more. Wallace leaned forward, his expression intent. But you proved today that you can resist that impulse. That battle we just fought. You could have commanded my Pokémon to surrender at any moment. Could have reached into their minds and overwritten my authority with yours. But you didn't. It wouldn't have meant anything if I had. Exactly. You understand what so many who held power before you never did. Victory without honor isn't victory, it's just dominance. Wallace stood, moving to a window that overlooked the city. Stay in Sutoopolis. Train with me. Learn to master what you've become, rather than being mastered by it. It was a generous offer. More than Ash had expected, given their rocky start. And if I can't control it? If the power wins? Wallace's reflection in the glass was grave. Then I'll be here to stop you. That was always the backup plan. A slight smile. But I don't think it will come to that. You're stronger than you know, Ash Ketchum. Not because of the crown, despite it. Ash looked down at Pikachu, at Manaphy, at the water-drop pokeball still at his belt. His team. His partners. His friends. He'd come to Sutoopolis expecting a test. Expecting judgment. What he'd found was something else. Hope. Okay, he said. I'll stay. I'll learn. Outside the window, the last light of sunset painted the crater lake in shades of gold and rose. Somewhere beneath those waters, ancient forces stirred, their attention fixed on the young prince who'd proven himself worthy of interest. The battle at Sutoopolis was over. But the war for Ash's soul was just beginning. That night, Ash dreamed again. This time, it wasn't Kyogre waiting in the depths. It was something else, a figure wreathed in silver-green light, familiar in a way that made Ash's heart ache. You did well, descendant. The voice was like the ocean at peace, calm and deep and endless. But the true trial approaches. The court grows impatient. The god grows curious. And you. The figure reached out, touching Ash's forehead with fingers that felt like waves. You must decide what you truly want. Power without limit? Duty without reward? Or something else entirely? Ash tried to speak, to ask who this presence was, but the dream was already fading. Think carefully, child of the water. The sea remembers all who wear its crown. Make sure you give it something worth remembering. Ash woke to dawn light streaming through his window, the distant sound of waterfalls, and the weight of ancient expectations pressing down on his shoulders. But for the first time since Samaya, he didn't feel afraid. He felt ready. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Kingdom Come. 2 months had changed everything. Samaya rose from the waves like a dream-given form, its crystalline spires catching the morning light and scattering it into rainbows that danced across the water. The ancient temple had been dormant for millennia, its halls empty, its purpose forgotten. Now it pulsed with life, with power, with the presence of the one who had claimed its throne. Ash stood on the highest balcony, watching the sun rise over his domain. His domain. The thought no longer felt strange. Somewhere in the past weeks, between Wallace's training sessions and the steady stream of water-type trainers drawn to his banner, he'd stopped fighting the title. Prince of the Sea. It was who he was now. The training had helped. Wallace had been true to his word, teaching Ash to focus his power with surgical precision. Where before the crown's authority had been a flood, overwhelming everything in its path, now it was a river, still powerful, but directed. Controlled. Ash could touch a single mind without affecting those around it. Could command without dominating. Could suggest without compelling. Most of the time. Your Highness. The voice came from behind him, respectful, almost reverent. Ash turned to find Naria approaching, her silver-green hair flowing in the sea breeze. The High Priestess had become a constant presence since he'd accepted the court's allegiance. She brought knowledge, resources, connections to water-type trainers across the world. She also brought an agenda Ash didn't fully trust. The petitioners have gathered, she said, bowing her head. 3 coastal villages seeking protection from the storm season. A delegation from the Whirl Islands requesting mediation in a territorial dispute. And her lips curved in something like satisfaction. A trainer from Kanto, demanding an audience to challenge the pretender who dares claim dominion over the sea. Let me guess. Gym leader. Former Elite Four. Laurelai of the Indigo Plateau. Ash's jaw tightened. He'd known this was coming. Word of the Sea Prince had spread far beyond Hoenn now, carried by rumors and news reports and the testimony of trainers who'd witnessed his power firsthand. The league was getting nervous. Champions were asking questions. And apparently, they were sending representatives to assess the threat. Center and last, Ash decided. I'll handle the villages and the Whirl Islands first. As you command. Naria bowed again, deeper this time. Shall I prepare the throne room? The throne room. Another thing that had changed. Samaya's central chamber had been transformed under Naria's direction, ancient artifacts restored, ceremonial decorations installed. There was an actual throne now, a seat carved from living coral, grown by Corsola under Ash's guidance. It looked impressive. It also felt like a trap. No, Ash said. I'll meet them in the garden courtyard. Less formal. Something flickered across Naria's face, disappointment. Frustration, before her serene mask returned. Of course, Your Highness. The courtyard it is. She departed, her footsteps silent on the crystal floor. Ash watched her go, unease coiling in his stomach. The abyssal court had been nothing but helpful since he'd accepted their service. They'd provided resources, information, manpower. They'd helped him establish Samaya as a functioning seat of power, complete with communication systems that let him coordinate with coastal communities across the ocean. But they also kept pushing. Keep nudging him towards something more. Every suggestion, every gift, every display of loyalty seemed designed to pull him deeper into the role of ruler. Of king. Pika Pi. Pikachu's voice came from behind him. His partner had been sleeping on a sun-warmed cushion, but was now awake and watching with those knowing dark eyes. I know, buddy. Ash reached down to scratch behind Pikachu's ears. I don't trust her either. Pikachu. Pi-Ka Pi. Am I becoming what they want? Ash considered the question seriously. I don't think so. Not yet. But. He looked out at the ocean, at the domain he'd claimed, at the power he wielded with increasing ease. I'm not sure anymore. It's getting harder to tell where I end and the crown begins. Manaphy chose that moment to float up from below, its antenna bobbing cheerfully. Papa. Papa's friends are here. Lots of water friends, all want to say hello. By friends, Manaphy meant the rotating population of water types that had taken up residence around Samaya. Wild Pokemon, drawn by the crown's presence, seeking the protection and community that Ash's rule provided. They weren't compelled to stay, Ash had checked, repeatedly, but they chose to remain nonetheless. Whether that choice was truly free, or simply the crown's influence in a gentler form, that was a question Ash tried not to think about too hard. Tell them I'll visit after the audiences, Ash said. Right now, I have work to do. The petitioners came and went. The coastal villages were easy. Ash promised them protection during storm season, a guarantee he could actually deliver, thanks to his growing ability to sense weather patterns and communicate with the water types that could influence them. In exchange, they agreed to respect the ocean's bounty, fishing sustainably and protecting the breeding grounds of local Pokemon. The Whirl Islands were more complicated. Two clans had been feuding for generations over access to a particular current rich with rare water types. Both sides claimed ancestral rights. Both sides accused the other of overfishing, poaching, territorial encroachment. Ash listened to their arguments, felt the emotions running beneath their words, and made a judgment that would have been impossible for him a year ago. The current belongs to neither clan, he declared. It's part of the sea, and the sea doesn't recognize human boundaries. You'll share access, alternating weeks, with neutral observers to ensure compliance. Any violation, and the offending clan loses their access entirely. The clan representatives exchanged glances, surprised, perhaps, by the decisiveness. But they accepted. What choice did they have? The Sea Prince had spoken, and his word was law on the water. That thought should have disturbed Ash more than it did. By the time Laurelai arrived, he was tired, irritable, and in no mood for diplomatic games. The former Elite Four member was exactly as Ash remembered from televised tournaments, elegant, cold, her silver blue hair swept back in a style that emphasized her aristocratic features. She walked into the courtyard with the confidence of someone who had never lost a battle that mattered, her ice blue eyes sweeping the surroundings with analytical precision. Prince of the Sea, she said, and made the title sound like an insult. I've heard a great deal about you. Laurelai. I've heard a lot about you too. Ash remained seated, not on a throne, just a comfortable chair, but he didn't rise to greet her. Petty, maybe. But something about her attitude demanded a response. The Indigo League's Ice Queen. Undefeated for 3 years until Bruno finally figured out that fire types can beat Jinx. Lorelai's eyes narrowed slightly. You've done your research. I watch a lot of league matches. Or I used to, before. He gestured vaguely at their surroundings. All this. Yes. All this. Laurelai looked around the courtyard, at the coral walls and crystal fountains and the ever-present shimmer of water-type Pokémon moving just beneath the surface. The League has concerns about all this, Prince. A 15-year-old trainer suddenly claiming dominion over every water type in the ocean. Establishing a kingdom in international waters. Compelling trainers to kneel with nothing more than a thought. Criminals, Ash corrected. I compelled criminals to kneel. Pokémon traffickers who were torturing water types for profit. This time. But what about next time? What about the time after that? Lorelai's voice was cold, measured. Power like yours doesn't stay contained, Prince. It grows. It spreads. And eventually, it turns on everyone who isn't willing to kneel. Ash felt his temper flare. Is that what you came here to tell me? That I'm going to become a tyrant? Wallace already gave me that speech. Wallace also vouched for you, which is the only reason I'm here having a conversation instead of leading an assault team. Laurelai crossed her arms. But Wallace is a romantic. He believes in redemption, in the good in people, in the power of understanding to overcome any obstacle. I'm more practical. Meaning I need to see for myself what you're capable of. Not the power, I've read the reports. I know what you can do. She met his eyes directly. I need to see who you are underneath it. Whether you're someone we can work with, or someone we need to stop before you become unstoppable. The silence stretched between them. Ash could feel Pikachu tensing on his shoulder, ready to defend if needed. Could feel Manaphy's confusion at the hostile atmosphere, the legendary not understanding why this stranger was being so mean to its papa. And beneath it all, he could feel the crown's whisper. The temptation to simply end this conversation. To reach into Lorelai's mind, she was an ice-type specialist, but ice was just frozen water, and her Pokémon were as vulnerable to his authority as any other, and make her kneel. Make her see who was in charge here. He didn't. But the fact that he wanted to was concerning enough. Fine, Ash said. What do you want? A demonstration? An interview? A battle? I want to see your kingdom. Lorelai's voice softened slightly, not warmth, exactly, but something less confrontational. Walk me through what you've built here. Show me how you use your power. Let me understand what you're trying to accomplish. It was a reasonable request. Reasonable enough that refusing would only confirm her suspicions. Okay, Ash said, standing. Let's take a tour. They walked through Samaya's halls, Laurelai asking pointed questions and Ash answering as honestly as he could. Yes, he could sense every water type within several kilometers. No, he didn't automatically control them. It required focus, intention, a conscious choice to exert his authority. Yes, his power was growing, every week, his range increased, his precision improved. No, he didn't know what the upper limit was. If there was an upper limit. Laurelai absorbed the information without visible reaction, her analytical mind processing each revelation. The trainers here, she said as they passed a group practicing battle techniques in a training courtyard. Are they compelled to serve you? Ash watched the trainers for a moment, young people, mostly, drawn to Samaya by rumors and curiosity. Some had been struggling before they arrived, their water type sickly or disobedient. Now their Pokémon were thriving, energized by the crown's ambient presence. No, he said. They came voluntarily. Most of them are water-type specialists who were having trouble bonding with their Pokémon. Something about being near me helps. Makes the connection easier. Convenient. Useful, Ash corrected. These trainers become better partners to their Pokémon. The Pokémon become happier, healthier. Everyone benefits. Everyone except the trainers who might want to leave but find themselves reluctant. Laurelai's eyes were sharp. You say they're not compelled. But have any of them actually left? Ash opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. Had any of them left? He tried to remember. Trainers came to Samaya regularly now, seeking guidance or training or just the experience of being near the Sea Prince. But leaving? I don't know, he admitted. I haven't kept track. Might be worth checking. Laurelai's tone was carefully neutral. Just to be sure. They continued walking. Ash's unease grew with every step. The tour ended at the aquarium, a massive chamber where wild Pokémon could swim freely, their movements visible through crystal walls that served as one-way windows. Corsola built elaborate structures. Lovedisk swam in heart-shaped patterns. A family of Lapras sang haunting melodies that echoed through the water. This is what I'm trying to build, Ash said, gesturing at the scene. A place where water types can live safely. Where trainers can learn to be better partners. Where the ocean's power is respected instead of exploited. Laurelai studied the swimming Pokémon. Noble goals. But tell me something, Prince, when you look at this aquarium, what do you see? What do you mean? I mean exactly that. What do you see? Ash looked at the crystal wall, at the Pokémon beyond. He saw Corsola and Lovedisk and Lapras. He saw colors and movement and life. He also saw more. Through the crown's perception, each Pokémon registered as a presence in his awareness. He could feel their emotions, contentment, mostly, with currents of playfulness and curiosity. He could sense their health, their energy levels, their precise locations in three-dimensional space. If he focused, he could probably sense their thoughts. And beneath all of that, he could feel the thread of connection that linked them to him. Not compulsion, not control, but awareness. They knew he was watching. Knew, on some instinctive level, that he could command them if he chose. I see subjects, Ash said quietly. Not just Pokémon. Subjects of my kingdom. Yes. Laurelai's voice was almost gentle now. That's what I was afraid of. She turned to face him fully, and for the first time, Ash saw something other than ice in her expression. Something like pity. You're not a bad person, Ash Ketchum. Everyone I've spoken to, Wallace, Misty, your old traveling companions, they all say the same thing. You're kind, loyal, determined to do the right thing. Those qualities haven't disappeared. But you're becoming a ruler. And rulers, even good ones, start to see the world differently. People become resources. Problems become threats. And power becomes comfortable. Ash wanted to argue. Wanted to defend himself, to explain that he was still the same person he'd always been. But the words wouldn't come. Because some part of him knew she was right. I'm trying, he said finally. Trying to stay grounded. To remember who I was before all this. I know. And that's why I'm not recommending intervention. Laurelai turned back toward the aquarium. But I'm also not giving you a clean bill of health. The League will be watching, Prince. Closely. And if we see signs that you're losing yourself to the Crown's influence, you'll stop me. We'll try. A flicker of dry humor crossed her face. Whether we'd succeed is another question entirely. But we'd try. Ash appreciated the honesty, if nothing else. Laurelai departed that evening, her assessment complete. Ash stood on the balcony again, watching her boat disappear over the horizon. The sun was setting now, painting the ocean in shades of gold and rose, beautiful, peaceful, utterly at odds with the turmoil in his chest. Your Highness. Naria again. The High Priestess seemed to appear whenever his thoughts turned dark, as if she could sense his doubts and wanted to redirect them. The Ice Queen has departed, Naria observed. Her assessment? Inconclusive. The League will be watching. Let them watch. Naria moved to stand beside him, her eyes on the horizon. They cannot stop what you are becoming, Your Highness. The sea chose you. The crown awakened your blood. No human institution can reverse that. Maybe not. But they can make things difficult. Ash's jaw tightened. I don't want a war with the League, Naria. I have friends there. People I respect. Of course. No one wants war. The priestess's voice was soothing, reasonable. But sometimes war comes regardless of our wishes. Sometimes, to protect what we love, we must first establish dominion over it. Ash turned to look at her. What are you saying? Only that your power is still growing. Your influence still spreading. Eventually, the League will see you as a threat regardless of your intentions. Wouldn't it be better to act from a position of strength, rather than wait for them to strike first? Act how? Naria smiled, that too-many-teeth smile that never quite reached her eyes. The Abyssal Court has resources, Your Highness. Networks of trainers loyal to the old ways. Water types in every region, waiting for the call. If you wish to ensure the League's cooperation, we could arrange it. The implications settled over Ash like cold water. She was talking about conquest. About using his power to force the League into submission. About becoming exactly what Laurelai feared. No, Ash said, and his voice came out harder than intended. Absolutely not. I won't use my power to dominate people who haven't done anything wrong. Forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't mean to suggest, yes, you did. Ash turned to face her fully, and something in his expression made the priestess take a step back. You've been suggesting it since the beginning. Every gift, every resource, every helpful piece of advice, it's all been pushing me toward this. Toward becoming the tyrant king you've been waiting for. Naria's mask slipped. For just an instant, Ash saw something beneath the serene facade, frustration, hunger, ancient ambition. The sea needs a ruler, she said, her voice dropping the pretense of deference. The old ways, the true ways, require a prince who understands his authority. Who uses it? You have the power to reshape this world, Ash Ketchum. To establish an order that serves the ocean's interests instead of exploiting them. Why do you resist? Because I've seen what reshaping the world looks like. Ash thought of Team Rocket, Team Aqua, Team Magma, all the organizations that had tried to use legendary Pokemon for their own ends. It looks like destruction. Suffering. People getting hurt in the name of some greater good that never actually arrives. Those were fools who didn't understand the forces they wielded. You're different. The crown chose you, the crown didn't ask my permission. Ash's voice rose. I almost died claiming it. Whatever the sea wants, whatever the bold ways require, I didn't sign up for any of it. I was a trainer. I just wanted to be the best. And now. He stopped, the words catching in his throat. Now he was something else. Something he hadn't chosen. Something that terrified him more with each passing day. Leave, he said quietly. Leave me alone. Naria studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, she bowed and departed. But as she reached the doorway, she paused. The choice isn't whether to use your power, Your Highness. It's only how. Remember that, when the true test comes. She vanished into the shadows. Ash stood alone on the balcony, the weight of the crown pressing down on him like the entire ocean. 3 days later, May arrived. She came without warning, her boat appearing on the horizon at dawn, a single figure standing at the prow with her arms crossed and her expression determined. Ash felt her approach through the network of water types that patrolled Samaya's perimeter, felt the familiar Pokémon signatures of her team, Blaziken, Beautifly, Glacian. And felt, with a cold certainty that settled in his stomach, that something was very wrong. He met her at the dock, Pikachu on his shoulder, Manaphy floating anxiously at his side. May looked different. Older, somehow, though only months had passed. There were shadows under her eyes, and her usual cheerful energy was nowhere to be seen. May. Ash stepped forward, uncertain. What's going on? Why are you? They took Max. The words hit like a physical blow. What? The abyssal court. May's voice was steady, but Ash could see her hands shaking. They kidnapped my brother 3 days ago. Left a message saying they'd release him if the true prince accepted his destiny. Ash's blood went cold. Naria, I don't know who did it specifically. I don't care. May met his eyes, and beneath the fear, he saw something else, fury. You're the Sea Prince. You control the court. Get my brother back. May, I don't control them. They serve me, supposedly, but, then make them serve you. Her voice cracked. Use that power everyone keeps talking about. Make them kneel, make them obey, make them give back my brother. Pikachu chirped worriedly on Ash's shoulder. Manaphy floated closer to May, its antenna drooping with reflected distress. Pretty girl is sad, the legendary observed. Bad people took her family. Yes, Ash said, his mind racing. Bad people took her family. And they'd done it to force his hand. To push him toward the very thing Laurelai had warned about, using his power aggressively, dominantly, becoming the ruler the court wanted him to be. It was a trap. An obvious one. But Max was 11 years old, and he'd been taken because of Ash's power. Because of what Ash had become. There was no choice, really. There never had been. I'll get him back, Ash said. Whatever it takes. Naria was gone. Ash searched Samaya for hours, reaching out with the crown's perception, but the high priestess had vanished completely. Either she'd left the temple's range, or she'd found some way to shield herself from his awareness. What he found instead was disturbing. The abyssal court's presence in Samaya went deeper than he'd realized. Hidden chambers he'd never explored. Communication systems he hadn't authorized. And, in a locked vault beneath the throne room, records of contacts and resources that spanned every major ocean in the world. The court hadn't just been serving him. They'd been using him, establishing his legitimacy to advance their own agenda, building infrastructure that would survive regardless of what Ash chose to do. They've been planning this for years, Ash muttered, flipping through ancient documents that predated his birth. Maybe decades. Waiting for a prince they could shape. And when you didn't cooperate, they forced your hand. May stood beside him, her arms wrapped around herself. Max is just leverage. A way to make you do what they want. The question is what they want me to do specifically. Ash set down the documents, his mind working. They want me to attack them. To use my full power, without restraint. But why? What does that accomplish? Maybe they just want to see what you're capable of. Or maybe they want me to cross a line I can't come back from. Ash remembered Laurelai's warnings, Wallace's caution, Pikachu's worried eyes. Once I start using the crown to dominate people instead of just Pokemon, once I become what they've been pushing me toward. You won't be able to stop. Ash nodded slowly. That's the trap. Not Max, me. They're using Max to turn me into the tyrant they've always wanted. Silence stretched between them. May's expression shifted from fear to something harder. So what do we do? Just, let them win. Let them keep my brother. No. Ash's voice was firm despite his uncertainty. We rescue Max. But we do it my way, not theirs. Without becoming what they want me to become. How? That was the question, wasn't it? The court had resources, numbers, possibly centuries of preparation. Ash had power, overwhelming power, if he chose to use it, but using it the way they expected would prove their point. Would justify everything they'd done. There had to be another way. I need to call in some favors, Ash said slowly. People who can help without being vulnerable to the crown's influence. People who'll fight because they choose to, not because they're commanded. He reached for his pokegear. It was time to assemble a rescue team. They came faster than Ash expected. Misty arrived first, her Gyarados carrying her across the ocean in record time. She took one look at May's devastated expression and pulled the younger coordinator into a fierce hug. We'll get him back, Misty promised. Whatever it takes. Wallace came next, his Milotic gliding through the waters with serene grace. The champion's expression was grave as he surveyed Samaya's revealed secrets. The court has been playing a long game, he observed. Longer than any of us realized. This kidnapping isn't desperation, it's calculation. They want Ash to break, Misty said. To become the tyrant they've been grooming him to be. Yes. The question is whether Ash will cooperate. All eyes turned to Ash. He stood apart from the group, Pikachu on his shoulder, Manaphy in his arms. The weight of their expectations pressed down on him. I won't, he said. Not like they expect, anyway. Then how? Wallace asked. The court's stronghold is deep in uncharted waters. Reaching it will require navigating currents that no normal boat can survive. And once we arrive, we'll be facing an enemy that's been preparing for this moment for generations. We'll use Ash's power. This from a new voice, Archie, the former Team Aqua leader, walking up from the dock with a confidence that belied his dark past. Not to dominate. To navigate. To communicate. Ash blinked. Archie? What are you doing here? Wallace called me. The reformed criminal shrugged. Said you might need someone who understood the ocean's dark side. Someone who'd been where you're going and found a way back. You nearly destroyed the world. Yeah. And you're worried about becoming someone who could do the same thing. Archie's eyes were surprisingly gentle. I know the signs, kid. I recognize the struggle. Let me help. Ash studied the older man, the scars, the weathered skin, the steady gaze that spoke of hard-won wisdom. This was someone who'd faced his own worst impulses and somehow found his way to the other side. Maybe that was exactly what Ash needed. Okay, he said. Tell me what you're thinking. Archie's plan was elegant in its simplicity. The court expects you to come in force, he explained, sketching diagrams in the sand of Samaya's beach. Armies of compelled trainers, dominated Pokemon, overwhelming power. That's what they've been preparing for, what they've been hoping for. It would prove everything they believe about you. So we give them the opposite. Exactly. A small team, moving fast and quiet. No compulsion, no domination, just skilled trainers working together. Archie tapped the diagram. The stronghold is here, in the abyssal trench. Ancient water types guard the approach, but they're not loyal to the court specifically. They're loyal to the sea. To whoever holds the crown's authority. Meaning Ash can ask for passage instead of demanding it, Misty said, understanding dawning. Right. The crown doesn't have to be a weapon. It can be a diplomatic tool. A way to communicate with creatures that don't normally listen to humans. Ash considered this. He'd been so focused on the crown's potential for control that he'd almost forgotten its other aspects, the connection, the understanding, the ability to speak to water types on their own terms. And once we reach the stronghold. That's where it gets tricky. Archie's expression darkened. Naria will have Max somewhere protected. Somewhere I can't predict. You'll need to find him while the rest of us create a distraction. A distraction against the entire abyssal court. Not the entire court. Just long enough for you to get in and out. Archie looked at Wallace, at Misty, at the assembled group. That's what we're for. For water-type specialists against however many they can field. It won't be pretty, but it might be enough. I'm coming too, May said firmly. He's my brother. Your team isn't built for deep water combat, I don't care. I'm coming. Ash met her eyes and saw the determination there. The same determination he'd seen in himself, once upon a time. The refusal to abandon family, no matter the cost. She comes, he said. But May, stay close to me. If things go wrong, I need you where I can protect you. May nodded tightly. Just get me to Max. I'll handle the rest. They departed at midnight. The journey into the abyssal trench was unlike anything Ash had experienced. Wallace's Milotic and Archie's Sharpedo led the way, navigating currents that should have been impossible for surface dwellers to survive. Behind them came the rest of the team, Misty on her Gyarados, May clutching Ash's waist as they rode a summoned Lapras, Pikachu's cheeks sparking nervously in the darkness. The depth pressed in from all sides. This far down, there was no light except the bioluminescence of the creatures they passed, ancient relicanth drifting in schools, massive huntail hunting in the shadows, and things that had no names, things that hadn't surfaced in living memory. Ash felt them all through the crown. Every consciousness, every instinct, every territorial impulse that might have spelled their doom. He reached out, not commanding, but asking, and one by one, the guardians of the deep let them pass. We seek the stolen child, he projected into the water. We come not to conquer, but to rescue. Let us pass in peace. The ancient creatures considered this. Considered him, this strange small prince with his surface world companions and his desperate mission. And something in the ocean's memory recognized the request. Pass, the deep waters seemed to answer. But tread carefully, young prince. The ones you seek have forgotten the old courtesies. They will not ask before striking. We're through the first perimeter, Archie reported, his voice hushed despite the water that should have prevented speech. Some trick of the pressure, perhaps. Or maybe just the crown's influence, making communication possible where it shouldn't be. The stronghold is ahead. Half a kilometer, maybe less. Ash strained his perception forward. There, a structure built into the trench wall, its architecture ancient but well maintained. Lights flickered in the darkness, illuminating chambers carved from living rock. And somewhere inside. I can feel him, Ash whispered. Max. He's scared, but alive. Where? Deep. Near the center of the complex. Ash's jaw tightened. They've got him surrounded. Dozens of water types, at least that many trainers. This isn't just a holding cell, it's a fortress. Then we stick to the plan. Wallace's voice was calm, commanding. Distraction team hits the outer defenses. Ash, you take May and Pikachu inside while they're focused on us. Find Max, get him out, signal when you're clear. And if the distraction isn't enough? Wallace smiled, that serene champion's smile that had seen 100 battles and survived them all. Then we make it enough. Go. The assault began with ice. Milotic's blizzard swept across the stronghold's outer walls, freezing the water solid in an instant. Guards scrambled to respond, their Pokémon surging forward to meet the threat, Tentacruel, Seadra, Sharpedo, dozens of water types with murder in their eyes. Wallace's team met them head-on. Misty's Gyarados roared challenge, its hyper beam cutting through the darkness like a lance of light. Archie's Sharpedo tore into the enemy flanks, speed and fury against numbers and preparation. It was chaos. It was perfect chaos. Ash grabbed May's hand and moved. They slipped through a crack in the stronghold's defenses, a maintenance tunnel that Ash sensed through the crown's perception, unguarded because no one expected an attack from this angle. The passage was narrow, cramped, pressing against them from all sides. But it led inward. Toward Max, almost there, Ash murmured. Just a little further, halt. The voice echoed through the tunnel. Ash froze, his heart hammering. Ahead of them, blocking the path, stood Naria. The High Priestess looked different here, in the heart of her domain. The serene mask was gone, replaced by something older and harder. Her silver-green hair floated around her head like seaweed, and her eyes, those bottomless, depthless eyes, burned with ancient hunger. Did you really think we wouldn't expect this, Your Highness? She stepped forward, and the tunnel's water moved with her, responding to a power that felt disturbingly familiar. A small team, striking fast, trying to avoid the very confrontation we engineered. Naria. Ash's voice was steady despite his racing heart. Let Max go. He's just a kid. He has nothing to do with this. He has everything to do with this. The priestess's smile was cold. He's the key to unlocking your true potential. The lever that will finally break your resistance. I won't become what you want me to be. Won't you? Naria tilted her head, studying him. Tell me, Prince, when you came here, what did you feel? Did you ask the guardians of the deep for passage? Did you persuade them, with gentle requests and respectful words? Ash's blood chilled. That's not, or did you command? Did you assert your authority, prince to subject, ruler to ruled? Naria stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. You're already becoming what we need you to be. You just haven't admitted it yet. Ash. May's hand tightened on his. Don't listen to her. She's trying to get in your head. Trying. Naria laughed. Child, I've been in his head since the moment the crown awakened. I've felt every doubt, every temptation, every time he chose to use his power when he could have held back. The Sea Prince is already ours. He just hasn't realized it yet. Ash felt his temper flare, that dangerous heat that preceded the crown's most aggressive impulses. She was lying. Had to be lying. He'd worked so hard to stay himself, to resist the pull toward domination. But had he? Really? The trainers who came to Samaya, had any of them left? The wild Pokemon who gathered there, were they truly free, or just subtly compelled? Every choice he'd made, every use of his power, how many of them had been genuine choices, and how many had been the crown pushing him towards something darker? You see. Naria's voice was honey-sweet. You're beginning to understand. The question isn't whether you'll rule, Prince. It's only when you'll stop pretending you have a choice. He always has a choice. A new voice. Small, determined, furious. Ash spun. Behind him, emerging from a side passage he hadn't noticed, was Max, bruised, exhausted, but very much alive. The boy's glasses were cracked, his clothes torn, but his eyes blazed with defiance. Max. May lunged toward her brother, pulling him into a fierce embrace. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? I'm fine. I escaped. Max glared at Naria over his sister's shoulder. Your guards are idiots, by the way. They never expected me to actually fight. Despite everything, Ash felt a surge of admiration. 11 years old, kidnapped by an ancient cult, and he'd managed to escape on his own. That was the May family's stubbornness in action. Escaped? Naria's composure cracked, just slightly. That's impossible. We had you contained, you had me thinking I was helpless. Max pulled free from May, squaring his small shoulders. But I'm not. My sister taught me better than that. Naria recovered quickly, her mask sliding back into place. A minor setback. The prince is still here, still faced with an impossible choice. Surrender to your true nature, your highness, or watch as my forces destroy your precious friends in the battle above. As if on cue, a distant explosion rocked the stronghold. Ash felt it through the water, Wallace's team, still fighting, but losing ground. They couldn't hold forever. Your highness. Naria extended her hand, palm up, invitation clear. End this. Accept your crown, your true crown, not the pale imitation you've been wearing. Command your subjects to surrender, and no one else needs to die. Or, Ash said slowly, I do something you haven't planned for. And what might that be? Ash reached deep, not into the crown's power, not into the authority that could compel and dominate and control. Into something older. Something that had been his before Samaya, before Manaphy, before any of this began. Trust. Pikachu, he said quietly. Thunderbolt. Everything you've got. The lightning that filled the tunnel was blinding. Pikachu's electricity surged outward, supercharged by the water surrounding them, amplified by the metallic minerals in the stronghold's walls. It wasn't targeted at Naria, nothing so direct. It was targeted at the water itself. The electrified current spread through the stronghold like a living thing, seeking out every ungrounded surface, every vulnerable system, every ancient mechanism that depended on the water's conductivity. And then it hit the crown. Ash felt the power surge through him, not Pikachu's electricity, but something else. Something the lightning had awakened. The crown's deeper functions, dormant until now, responding to the combination of trust and violence and desperate hope. What are you? He heard himself ask, not to Naria but to the power itself. We are yours, the crown answered. We have always been yours. Not to dominate, to protect. Not to rule, to serve. The first princes understood. Perhaps you will too. And then he saw. The history of the sea crown, compressed into an instant of perfect clarity. Not a tool of conquest, but of stewardship. Not a weapon of domination, but a symbol of responsibility. The people of the water hadn't ruled the ocean, they'd been trusted by it, chosen to speak for the voiceless, to protect the vulnerable, to maintain the balance that allowed all creatures to thrive. The abyssal court had twisted that legacy. Had taken a symbol of service and turned it into a dream of empire. And Ash had been falling for their interpretation without realizing there was another way. No, he said, and his voice echoed through the stronghold with the authority of 10,000 years of history. I'm not your prince. Not the way you want me to be. Naria's composure finally shattered. What are you? I'm the prince of the sea. Ash stepped forward, and the water moved with him, not obeying, but dancing, swirling in patterns that had nothing to do with control and everything to do with harmony. Not the prince of conquest. Not the prince of domination. The prince of protection. Of stewardship. The one who speaks for those who cannot speak for themselves. He reached out with his power, not commanding, but asking. Help me, he projected into the ocean's depths. Not because I order it. Because I need it. Because there are people here who will hurt and die if no one acts. The response was overwhelming. Every water type in the stronghold felt it. Every creature that the court had gathered, had trained, had bent to their service, they all heard the prince's call. And they answered. Not with obedience. With choice. The battle ended quickly after that. The court's trainers found themselves abandoned by their Pokémon, not compelled to leave, but no longer willing to stay. The creatures they'd controlled chose freedom, chose the prince who asked instead of demanded, chose a different vision of what the sea could be. Naria escaped in the chaos. Ash felt her presence fade as she fled into the deeper reaches of the trench, beyond even his enhanced perception. She would be back, probably. Her kind always came back. But that was a problem for another day. They surfaced at dawn. May held Max tightly, refusing to let go even when her brother complained that she was embarrassing him. Wallace surveyed the sunrise with satisfied eyes, his team battered but triumphant. Archie watched the waves with something like peace in his expression. And Ash stood apart, feeling the sea around him with new understanding. "You did something down there," Misty said, coming to stand beside him. "Something different. I could feel it. I finally understood what the crown was supposed to be." Ash looked at his hands, normal hands, no glow, no otherworldly power visible. But beneath the surface, something had shifted. It was never about ruling. It was about listening. About being the voice of the ocean when it needed to speak. And now. Now I know what kind of prince I want to be. Ash turned to face her, and for the first time in months, he felt like himself. Like the trainer who'd left Pallet Town with nothing but a dream and a stubborn Pikachu. Not a king. Not a conqueror. Just, someone who helps. Misty studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. "That sounds like the Ash I remember." "Yeah." He smiled back. "It feels like him too." But far below, in the deepest reaches of the ocean where light had never touched, something stirred. Kyogre opened its ancient eyes, feeling the shift in the crown's power. The young prince had grown. Had changed. Had become something the legendary hadn't anticipated. Interesting, Kyogre thought. Perhaps it's time to see what this prince is truly made of. The ocean began to churn. The true trial was coming. And Ash Ketchum, Prince of the Sea, was finally ready to face it. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Drowning King. The first sign was the silence. Ash woke in Samaya to a stillness that pressed against his ears like deep water. No distant songs from the Lapra's pod. No playful chittering from the Corsola colonies. No murmur of currents through the crown's ever-present awareness. Just silence. Absolute and terrifying. He was on his feet before his eyes fully opened, reaching out with his senses into the void. The connection was still there, he could feel the ocean, feel the countless water types that should have been registering as points of light in his perception. But they were, muted. Distant. As if something was standing between him and the sea itself. Pikachu. His partner was already awake, ears flat, fur bristling with static. Pikachu felt it too, that wrongness in the air, that sense of something vast and terrible approaching. Manaphy stirred in its sleeping pool, antenna twitching. "Papa?" Manaphy feels scared. Why Manaphy scared? Ash crossed to the legendary, lifting it into his arms. The little creature was trembling, its psychic connection to the ocean even more sensitive than Ash's own. "Something's coming," Ash said. "Something big." Through the crystal walls of Samaya, he watched the pre-dawn ocean begin to churn. The storm started 3 hours later. Not natural storms, nothing about this was natural. The weather systems appeared from nowhere, materializing over coastal cities across the globe in perfect synchronization. Slateport, Cerulean, Vermilion, Lily Cove, every major port woke to hurricane-force winds and waves that shouldn't have existed. Reports flooded in through Samaya's communication systems, a cascade of crisis that overwhelmed even the temple's advanced technology. Ships sinking. Harbors destroyed. Coastal towns evacuating as the sea rose against them with terrible, deliberate fury. And beneath it all, Ash felt a presence he'd been dreading for months. Kyogre was awake. "This isn't a test," Wallace's voice crackled through the communicator, distorted by interference from the supernatural storms. "The legendary is asserting dominance. Making a statement." "What statement?" Ash demanded. "That you're not the real ruler of the sea. That whatever authority the crown grants you means nothing in the face of true divine power." Ash watched another report scroll across the screen, a cargo vessel capsized off the coast of Hoenn, 20 crew members missing. His jaw tightened. "People are dying." "Yes. Because of me. Because Kyogre wants to prove a point about me." "That's one interpretation." Wallace's pause was telling. "The question is what you do about it." What could he do? Kyogre was a god-level force, a legendary Pokémon whose power over the ocean dwarfed anything the crown could grant. In a direct confrontation, Ash would be less than nothing, a minnow challenging a leviathan, exactly as Kyogre had described in those early dreams. But people were dying. Right now, while Ash stood here weighing his options, more ships were sinking, more towns were flooding, more lives were being claimed by a tantrum of divine proportions. "Tell everyone to get to high ground," Ash said, making his decision. "Every coastal community, every ship at sea, get them out of the water. I'll handle Kyogre. Ash, I know it's probably suicide. But I can't let more people die because a god is annoyed at me." He cut the connection before Wallace could argue further. Pikachu was waiting by the exit, already knowing what Ash intended. The electric mouse's expression was grim but determined, the same look he'd worn before every impossible battle they'd ever fought. "You don't have to come," Ash said. "This isn't your fight." "Pika." The word was flat, unyielding. "Don't insult me." "Buddy, Kyogre could, Pikachu." Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder, settling into the familiar position. His meaning was clear: we started this together. We finish it together. Manaphy floated up beside them, its usual cheer replaced by something more complex. Fear, yes, but also determination. Love. "Manaphy coming too," the legendary announced. "Papa needs Manaphy." "Manaphy, no. You have to stay, Manaphy coming." The little creature's eyes blazed with an intensity Ash had never seen before. "Kyogre is hurting water friends. Hurting Papa's kingdom. Manaphy won't hide while Papa fights alone." Ash looked at his partners, the Pikachu who'd been with him since the beginning, the Manaphy who'd bound itself to him with bonds deeper than blood. They weren't backing down. Weren't accepting the sensible option. Just like him. "Okay," he said. "Together, then. Like always." He stepped into the ocean and let it carry him toward the storm. The journey to Kyogre's location took hours. Ash moved through the water in ways that shouldn't have been possible for a human, the crown's power sustaining him, letting him breathe, protecting him from pressures that would have crushed ordinary flesh. Wild water types fled before him, feeling the approaching darkness and wanting no part of it. The storms grew worse as he traveled. Lightning split the sky in continuous sheets, illuminating waves that rose and fell like the breathing of something immense. The wind howled with a voice that sounded almost like language, threats, challenges, ancient fury given meteorological form. And at the center of it all, in the deepest part of the ocean where the continental plates groaned under impossible pressure, Kyogre waited. Ash felt the legendary long before he saw it. A presence so vast it made the crown's power feel like a candle flame next to a forest fire. The sea around Kyogre wasn't just water, it was an extension of the creature itself, every current and wave responding to its will with perfect synchronization. So, the voice thundered through the ocean's consciousness. "The little prince finally comes." Ash stopped his descent, hovering in the blue darkness with Pikachu clinging to his shoulder and Manaphy pressed against his chest. The pressure here was immense, the cold absolute, but he forced himself to project calm. "I'm here," he said. "You wanted my attention. You have it." Laughter, if something so vast and terrible could be called laughter. "I wanted your fear. Your desperation. Your understanding of how insignificant you truly are. People are dying because of your storms. Innocent people who have nothing to do with our conflict. They swim in my ocean. Build their cities on my shores. Take from my waters without asking. They are not innocent, merely convenient. They're not your subjects to punish. No." The darkness shifted, and suddenly Kyogre was there, a presence so enormous that Ash's mind struggled to process it. Eyes like dying suns, body that seemed to stretch beyond perception, power that made the entire ocean tremble with each heartbeat. "Everything in this ocean is mine, little prince. Every drop of water, every grain of sand, every creature that swims or crawls or floats. The crown you wear is a trinket I permitted humans to craft, ages ago. It grants you nothing I do not allow. Ash felt his certainty waver. The legend was right, in terms of raw power, there was no comparison. Kyogre could destroy him with a thought, could snuff out the crown's authority like a breath extinguishing a candle. But he hadn't come here to fight. Not exactly. Then why are you threatened by me? The words came out before he could think better of them. Pikachu stiffened on his shoulder, Manaphy whimpered against his chest, and for one terrible moment Ash thought Kyogre would simply end them all. But the legendary hesitated. Threatened? You've been testing me for months. Sending challenges, watching my growth, stirring up threats to see how I'd respond. You're the most powerful creature in the ocean, maybe on the entire planet. Why would something like me matter to you? Silence. The storms above continued to rage, but here in the depths, everything went still. You are perceptive, Kyogre admitted finally. More than the others who wore that crown. What others? The princes before you. The children who thought they could claim my authority. The legendary's voice held something like grudging respect. Most of them were easy to break. A display of power, a demonstration of consequence, and they either surrendered their crowns or drowned trying to prove themselves. But I'm different. You've done something none of them ever managed. You've made the ocean listen. Kyogre's form shifted, those terrible eyes focusing on Ash with new intensity. Not obey, I can force obedience from any creature that swims. But listen. Choose you. The water types you've gathered don't serve you out of fear or compulsion. They serve you because they believe in you. Ash thought of Samaya, of the trainers and Pokémon who'd come to him seeking guidance. Of the wild creatures who swam through his waters by choice, who trusted him to protect them. I've tried to be worthy of that trust. Yes. You have. Something shifted in Kyogre's tone, not warmth, exactly, but something less hostile. And that is what makes you dangerous. Dangerous how? Because trust builds loyalty. Loyalty builds armies. And armies, given enough time, challenge gods. The realization hit Ash like a physical blow. Kyogre wasn't attacking to prove his dominance. He was attacking to prevent Ash from becoming a genuine threat. The storms, the destruction, the global demonstration of power, it was all designed to show Ash exactly how outmatched he was. Before he grew strong enough to matter. You're afraid of what I could become, Ash said slowly. Afraid that if you wait too long, I might actually be able to challenge you. Fear is not a word I use for creatures as small as you. But there was something in Kyogre's voice that suggested otherwise. Call it, prudent concern. So what happens now? You kill me. Destroy the crown. Make an example so no one ever dares challenge you again. That would be the simplest solution. Kyogre's form loomed closer, those ancient eyes burning with power beyond measure. But simplicity lacks elegance. What do you want, then? A choice. The legendary's voice dropped to something almost intimate. Submit to me. Acknowledge my authority over all things aquatic. Use your crown as my instrument, my voice among the surface dwellers. And in return, I will teach you. The offer hung in the water between them. Ash felt its weight, its implications. Teach me what? Everything. The true history of the ocean, beyond the fragments your crown contains. The secrets of the deep, where creatures swim that predate the continents themselves. The power that lies dormant in your blood, waiting for someone wise enough to unlock it. Serve me, and I will make you greater than any prince before you. It was tempting. Ash couldn't deny that. The knowledge Kyogre offered, the power he hinted at, it would let Ash do so much more than he could now. Protect more people, help more Pokémon, build something truly lasting. All he had to do was kneel. Just like the criminals in Slateport. Just like the trainers he'd almost dominated in Cerulean. Just like everyone who'd ever bent to someone else's will because the alternative was worse. No. The word came out stronger than Ash expected. Kyogre's eyes narrowed. You refuse me? I refuse to be what you want me to be. Ash felt his power stirring, not the crown's authority, but something deeper. The connection he'd forged with his partners, his Pokémon, everyone who'd chosen to believe in him. You want me to become your servant? Your instrument? That's just another kind of tyranny. The same thing the Abyssal Court wanted, with different branding. The court were fools who forgot their place. I am the ocean itself. There is no comparison. There's every comparison. You're both trying to use me for your own ends. Both trying to make me into something I'm not. Ash's voice rose, echoing through the depths. I'm not a servant. I'm not a conqueror. I'm a trainer, someone who builds partnerships, not dominions. And if I simply destroy you? Remove the inconvenience before it becomes a genuine problem. Ash met those ancient eyes without flinching. Then you prove what I already suspect, that you're not a god to be worshipped. You're just a bully with more power than anyone can stop. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Kyogre laughed. You have courage, little prince. Foolish courage, but courage nonetheless. The legendary's presence seemed to pulse with something like approval. Very well. If you will not submit, then show me. Show you what? Show me what you are. Not your power, I already know its limits. Show me your conviction. Your determination. Your will. The water around Ash began to churn, pressure building from all directions. Survive the maelstrom, Kyogre commanded. Prove that your principles can withstand true adversity. And if you do, we will speak again. The ocean exploded. Ash had experienced a lot of chaos in his life. He'd survived legendary battles, dimensional rifts, the collision of ancient powers beyond human comprehension. He'd been at ground zero for events that should have killed him a dozen times over. Nothing compared to the maelstrom. Kyogre wasn't attacking him, not directly. The legendary was simply flexing, demonstrating a fraction of its true power. But even a fraction was enough to turn the ocean into a hellscape of conflicting currents and crushing pressure. Ash tumbled through the chaos, his crown's protection straining against forces that would have pulverized anything else. Pikachu clung to his shoulder, fur plastered flat, electricity sparking uselessly in the water. Manaphy wailed in his arms, the little legendary's power dwarfed by its ancient ancestor. Focus, Ash told himself. Don't fight it. Don't try to control it. Just, survive. He reached out with his senses, feeling for patterns in the chaos. There, a current that moved with the maelstrom instead of against it. A path through the destruction, invisible to anyone who couldn't feel the water's deeper rhythms. He grabbed it. Let it carry him, trusting the ocean to preserve him even as Kyogre tried to destroy him. The maelstrom raged for what felt like hours. Days. Eternities. Ash lost track of time, lost track of direction, lost everything except the determination to keep going, to keep believing, to refuse the easy surrender that beckoned with every crushing wave. And somewhere in that chaos, something shifted. Not in the ocean, in him. The barriers he'd built between himself and the crown's power, the careful restraints he'd maintained since Samaya, they began to dissolve. Not because he was losing control, but because he was finally understanding what control really meant. The crown wasn't separate from him. The power wasn't something external, something he had to resist or dominate. It was part of him, as natural as breathing, as fundamental as his bond with Pikachu. He'd been fighting against himself this whole time. Afraid of what he might become, he'd been denying what he already was. But what he was, wasn't what Naria wanted. Wasn't what Kyogre feared. It was something simpler, something purer. He was the Prince of the Sea. Not because the crown granted authority, but because he loved the ocean and everything in it. Because he would protect it, serve it, speak for it, not as a ruler, but as a guardian. The maelstrom sensed the change. The currents around Ash began to shift, responding to his presence not with obedience but with recognition. The ocean knew him now. Knew what he was. And it chose to let him live. Ash surfaced in calm waters, gasping for breath even though he didn't technically need it. The storms had stopped. All of them, simultaneously, across the entire globe. The sea that had been raging moments ago was now mirror-smooth, reflecting a sky full of stars that seemed somehow brighter than before. Pikachu coughed water, shaking himself dry with an expression of profound relief. Manaphy clung to Ash's chest, sobbing with residual terror, its antenna drooping. "Papa okay?" the legendary whimpered. Manaphy was so scared. Scary Fish was so big. "I'm okay, buddy. We're all okay." Ash held the little creature close, feeling his own heart slowly return to normal rhythm. It's over. But was it? Kyogre had said they would speak again. The maelstrom had been a test, not a conclusion. Survived. The voice came from below, not angry now, but thoughtful. You survived. And more than that, you found something. Something I did not expect. Ash reached down with his senses. Kyogre was still there, vast and ancient, watching from the depths. But the hostility was gone. What happens now? Now. I consider. A pause that stretched across miles. You are not what I assumed, little prince. Not a threat to be destroyed, nor a tool to be controlled. You are something new. Is that good or bad? I have not decided. A pulse of something that might have been amusement. But I am no longer certain that destroying you is the correct choice. And that is, interesting. Go back to your temple. Rule your small kingdom. Grow, as you have been growing. And when I have reached my decision, I will find you. The presence faded, diving back into depths beyond perception. The ocean settled into its natural rhythms, no longer angry, no longer churning with divine fury. Just water. Just the sea. Just home. Ash returned to Samaya at dawn. The temple was in chaos, trainers running everywhere, communication systems overloaded with reports from coastal cities. The storms had caused massive damage, but casualties had been lighter than expected. The evacuation orders had saved thousands of lives. Misty was waiting on the main pier, her expression cycling through relief, anger, and something that might have been pride. You're alive, she said. Seems like. You went to fight Kyogre. Alone. Without telling anyone. I told Wallace. Wallace doesn't count. Misty stepped forward and punched his shoulder, hard enough to hurt, gentle enough to convey something other than anger. You absolute idiot. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I had to do something. People were dying. People were dying because you didn't ask for help. Misty's voice cracked. You keep doing this, Ash. Carrying everything yourself, trying to protect everyone without letting anyone protect you. It's going to get you killed. She was right. He knew she was right. But, I didn't ask for help because I didn't think anyone could help, he admitted. Kyogre is. I don't have words for what Kyogre is. Bringing anyone else would have just gotten them killed. You don't know that. I knew it enough to not risk it. Ash met her eyes, saw the tears she was trying to hide. I'm sorry. For scaring you. For making you worry. But I'd do it again if I had to. Misty stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the anger drained from her expression. You came back, she said quietly. That's what matters. Yeah. Ash felt exhaustion finally catching up with him, the kind of bone-deep weariness that came from pushing too hard, too far. I came back. He let her lead him inside, to warmth and safety and the concerned faces of people who cared about him. But even as he collapsed into much-needed sleep, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed. And that the true test was still to come. 3 days passed. The world slowly recovered from Kyogre's storms. Coastal cities rebuilt, ships returned to the water, the normal rhythms of life resumed. The official explanation was unusual weather patterns. No one in power wanted to admit that a legendary Pokémon had just demonstrated that it could destroy civilization whenever it wanted. Ash spent the time recovering. Training. Reconnecting with the parts of himself that the maelstrom had awakened. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. His control over the crown's power was more precise than ever, but that wasn't the real difference. The real difference was that he no longer fought that power. It was as natural as his heartbeat now, as automatic as breathing. The sea spoke to him constantly, and he spoke back. But something else had changed too. The trainers at Samaya were restless. He noticed it first in the way they looked at him, not with fear, exactly, but with something more complicated. Questions in their eyes. Doubts they weren't voicing. On the 4th day, one of them finally spoke up. "Your Highness." A young trainer named Kai, barely older than Ash himself, approached during the morning training session. His Marshtomp stood beside him, its usually cheerful expression subdued. "Can we talk?" "Privately." Ash nodded, leading the trainer to a quiet alcove overlooking the sea. "What's wrong?" Kai struggled with the words for a moment. "It's just, the others have been talking. After what happened with Kyogre, after the storms." "Go on." "Some of us are wondering." The trainer swallowed hard. "Are we safe here? Is anywhere safe, if legendary Pokémon can just do that whenever they want?" It was a fair question. Ash didn't have a good answer. "I don't know," he admitted. "I survived the maelstrom, but I can't guarantee Kyogre won't change its mind. I can't promise that some other legendary won't decide to cause trouble. All I can say is that I'll do everything in my power to protect the people who choose to stay. And the people who want to leave?" Ash's heart sank. "You want to leave?" "Not me. But others, they're scared, Your Highness. They came here looking for safety, for a place where water types could thrive. But now they're wondering if they just traded one kind of danger for another." It made sense. Ash couldn't blame them. "Anyone who wants to leave can leave," he said firmly. "I never wanted prisoners. I never wanted servants. The whole point of what I'm building here is choice, letting trainers and Pokémon choose how they want to live, who they want to serve, what kind of future they want to build." Kai's expression shifted, surprise, perhaps. Relief. "You mean that?" "I've always meant it." Ash looked out at the ocean, at the domain he'd been given without asking. "This kingdom isn't mine because I conquered it. It's mine because people chose to trust me. If that trust fades..." He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. "If that trust fades, then I have nothing." 20 trainers left Samaya over the next week. Ash watched each departure without protest, helping them pack, wishing them well. Some promised to return, others didn't. A few admitted, quietly, that they'd only stayed as long as they had because they'd been afraid to leave. That admission hurt the most. Were they right? Ash asked Pikachu one night, staring at the ceiling of his chamber while sleep refused to come. Were they trapped here without knowing it? Was my power influencing them? Pika Pi. Pikachu's voice was gentle but certain. Chew Pikachu. They weren't trapped. They were uncertain. There's a difference. Is there? Pi. The electric mouse climbed onto Ash's chest, meeting his eyes directly. Pika Pi Ka Chew. Chew Pika. You gave them the choice to leave. A tyrant wouldn't have done that. Maybe. But a good person wouldn't have needed to wonder. Pikachu didn't have an answer for that. The breaking point came on the 10th day. Ash was training alone on the northern shore, pushing his control to its limits. He'd been doing this for hours, reaching out to touch individual water types at increasing distances, trying to make his awareness more precise, more selective. It wasn't going well. Every time he reached too far, the crown's power wanted to spread. To touch not just the creature he was targeting, but everything nearby. The influence rippled outward like waves, affecting minds he hadn't intended to contact. He pulled back again, frustrated. "This is impossible," he muttered. "The power doesn't want to be focused. It wants to dominate." Ash spun. Standing behind him, having approached without making a sound, was someone he hadn't seen in weeks. Archie. The former Team Aqua leader looked different, leaner, harder, his eyes holding shadows that hadn't been there before. He'd been traveling since the battle at the abyssal stronghold, investigating leads on the court's scattered remnants. Whatever he'd found, it hadn't been good. "We need to talk," Archie said. "About what you're becoming." Ash felt a chill that had nothing to do with the sea breeze. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I've been watching you since Kyogre's storms. Watching the changes in how you carry yourself, how you use your power, how you think." Archie crossed his arms. "You're losing the fight." "What fight?" "The fight between who you were and who the crown wants you to be." The older man's voice was flat, brutally honest. "I've been there, kid. I know the signs. You're convincing yourself that every compromise is necessary. Every small tyranny is justified. Every use of power is for the greater good. I'm trying to protect people, you're trying to control them." Archie stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "Those trainers who left. They could feel it. Your presence, pressing on their minds. Maybe not strong enough to compel obedience, but strong enough to influence. Make them want to stay even when they wanted to go." Ash felt his blood go cold. "I didn't mean, that's the point. You never mean to. The power just happens. It flows out of you like breathing, touching everyone around you, shaping their choices without them even knowing." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Ash's voice cracked. "How do I stop something I can't even feel?" "I don't know." Archie's anger seemed to deflate, replaced by something more like grief. "When I was lost in my own power, there wasn't anyone to pull me back. I had to hit rock bottom on my own. Nearly destroyed the world before I understood what I was doing. And you think I'm heading the same direction? I think you're already there." Archie placed a hand on Ash's shoulder, not threatening, almost fatherly. "The question is whether you can find your way back. Whether there's still enough of the kid who left Pallet Town to recognize what he's becoming and choose differently." Ash absorbed the words like blows. "I don't know who I am anymore," he admitted. "Every time I think I've figured it out, something shows me I was wrong. The crown keeps changing me, and I can't tell if the changes are good or bad or just different." "That uncertainty might be your last line of defense," Archie said quietly. "As long as you're questioning, you haven't surrendered completely. But if you ever stop asking..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. That night, Pikachu left. There was no fight. No argument. No dramatic confrontation. Ash woke to find his partner gone, the indent in the pillow where Pikachu had slept still warm, the pokeball on the nightstand empty and quiet. He searched Samaya for hours. Reached out with his senses, trying to find that familiar electric signature, that presence he'd known since he was 10 years old. Nothing. Pikachu wasn't in the temple. Wasn't in the surrounding waters. Wasn't anywhere Ash could feel. His best friend, his first friend, the partner who'd been with him through everything, had walked away without a word. Ash found Manaphy in the main hall, the little legendary crying softly. Manaphy tried to stop, it sobbed. "Told Yellow Friend Papa needs him." Yellow Friend said. "What did he say, buddy?" Said Papa doesn't need friends anymore. Manaphy's eyes were filled with pain. Said Papa has subjects now. The words hit like a hyper beam to the chest. Ash sat down heavily, his legs refusing to support him. Pikachu was right. Of course Pikachu was right. The electric mouse had always seen through his pretenses, had always known him better than he knew himself. Somewhere along the way, Ash had stopped being a trainer. Stopped being a partner. He'd become, what? A ruler? A prince? Something that commanded instead of cooperated, that expected obedience instead of earning loyalty. Papa has subjects now. The phrase echoed through his mind, cutting deeper with each repetition. When had it happened? When had he started thinking of the trainers at Samaya as subjects instead of friends? When had he started assuming that water types would obey him instead of asking them to help? I've lost myself, Ash whispered. I've become exactly what they wanted. Not Naria. Not Kyogre. Something worse. He'd become what he wanted. The part of him that craved power, that loved the feeling of authority, that had always been there, buried deep, denied and suppressed, but never truly gone. The crown hadn't created that darkness. It had just fed it. And now Pikachu was gone, and everything Ash had built was crumbling, and he didn't know how to fix any of it. Misty found him in the throne room. He was sitting on the coral throne, the first time he'd ever sat there, actually, staring at his hands like they belonged to a stranger. The room was dark, lit only by the bioluminescence of deep-sea creatures swimming past the crystal walls. Ash. Her voice was soft, cautious. Archie told me what happened. Did he tell you I drove Pikachu away? He mentioned it. She approached slowly, the way you'd approach a wounded animal. I'm sure Pikachu will come back. You two have been through worse, no. Ash's voice was hollow. We haven't. This isn't a fight or a misunderstanding. Pikachu left because I'm not me anymore. Because the person he's been following around for 5 years doesn't exist. That's not true, isn't it? Ash finally looked up, and whatever Misty saw in his expression made her flinch. I've been telling myself I was still the same person. Still the trainer from Pallet Town, just with new abilities. But that's been a lie from the beginning. He stood, gesturing at the throne, the palace, the kingdom beyond. Look at this. I built a throne. A throne, Misty. Who does that? Who wakes up one day and decides they need a physical symbol of their authority over others? The abyssal court, they suggested it, yes. But I agreed. Somewhere in my head, I thought it was, right. That I deserved a throne. That people should have somewhere to kneel when they came to petition me. The words poured out like water from a broken dam. And it's not just the throne. Every time I use my power, to stop criminals, to protect water types, to assert my authority over challenges, I told myself it was necessary. That I was doing good. But the truth is. He paused, the confession sticking in his throat. The truth is that I liked it. When those traffickers knelt. When Naria's followers fled. When Kyogre's storm stopped because I refused to bow. I liked having that power. Liked feeling invincible. That doesn't make you a monster, Ash. Everyone doesn't have the crown. His voice dropped to a whisper. Everyone can't make their feelings reality with a thought. When I enjoy having power, the ocean responds. It presses on minds, shapes choices, makes people want to obey me even when I'm not consciously trying. That's not your fault, of course it is. Ash slammed his fist against the throne, and the coral cracked beneath the impact. It's all my fault. I chose to keep the crown. I chose to build this kingdom. I chose to let the power grow, day after day, telling myself I could handle it. He laughed, a bitter, broken sound. I couldn't even handle being away from my mother for a week without getting homesick. What made me think I could handle being a prince of the sea? Misty was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was quiet but steady. Do you remember why you started your journey? The question caught him off guard. What? When you left Pallet Town. What was the reason? I wanted to be a Pokemon master. That's the goal. I'm asking about the reason. She moved closer, close enough to touch. Why did you want to be a Pokemon master? What drove you to keep going when everything went wrong? Ash thought back, past the crown, past Samaya, past all the impossible events of the past months. Back to a simpler time, when he was just a kid with a dream. I loved them, he said finally. Pokemon. I loved everything about them. Their strength, their courage, the way they fought for people they trusted. I wanted to be worthy of that trust. And are you? Now. He trailed off, unable to answer. You're still in there, Ash. Misty reached out and touched his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. I can see you. The real you. Not the prince, not the ruler, the boy who fell in a river and made me chase him across a continent. The trainer who never gave up, no matter how bad things got. That boy might be gone. Then bring him back. Her eyes were fierce. You've been fighting the crown's influence. Fighting what everyone else wanted you to become. But maybe the answer isn't fighting. What else is there? Choosing. She dropped her hand. Not what the crown wants. Not what the court wanted. Not what Kyogre wants. What do you want, Ash? If you could be anything, have anything, what would you choose? The question hung in the air. What did he want? Power. He'd had that, and it had nearly destroyed him. Safety. He'd tried to build that, and it had driven away his best friend. Control. That was what the crown offered, and he was drowning in it. What did he actually, genuinely, truly want? I want. His voice cracked. I want to be someone Pikachu would be proud of. Someone who earns loyalty instead of demanding it. Someone who. He stopped. Breathed. Started again. Someone who helps. Not because I have to. Not because I'm powerful. Just because it's the right thing to do. Misty smiled, small, sad, but real. Then be that person. Not tomorrow. Not after you've figured everything out. Right now. Be the person who helps. But the crown, forget the crown. She took his hands. The crown is a tool, not a destiny. It can make you powerful, but it can't make you good. That's your choice. That's always been your choice. Ash looked at their intertwined fingers. At this woman, this friend, who'd known him since before he knew himself. Who saw the best in him even when he couldn't see it himself. I've done terrible things, he said quietly. Hurt people. Controlled minds. Lost myself in power. Yes. You have. I don't know if I can come back from that. Neither do I. Misty's grip tightened. But I know you have to try. And I know you won't have to try alone. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, Ash felt something like hope. Okay, he said. Okay. I'll try. And in the silence of the throne room, surrounded by the weight of all his failures, Ash Ketchum took the first step back toward himself. He found Pikachu at sunrise. The electric mouse was sitting on a beach on the far side of the island, watching the waves roll in. Its back was to Ash, but its ears twitched at his approach. Pikachu always knew when he was coming. Ash stopped a few meters away. Sat down on the sand. Said nothing. Minutes passed. The sun climbed higher, painting the water gold. I'm sorry, Ash said finally. For what I became. For making you feel like you had to leave. Pikachu's ears swiveled backward, listening. You were right to go. I wasn't. I wasn't me anymore. I became something you couldn't follow. Something that didn't deserve your loyalty. A long pause. I don't know if I can fix it. Don't know if there's even anything left to fix. But I'm going to try. Not because of the crown, or the kingdom, or any of that. Because. His voice cracked. Because you're my best friend. And I want to be someone you can be proud of again. Silence. The waves kept rolling. Pikachu didn't move. Then, slowly, the electric mouse turned around. Its eyes met Ash's. Searched his face. Looked for something, truth, maybe, or the person who'd been lost. Pie. The word was simple. Quiet. But it carried a question. Are you really back? I'm trying to be. Another long moment. Then Pikachu stood, crossed the distance between them, and climbed onto Ash's shoulder. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But presence. Partnership. A willingness to wait while Ash figured out how to be himself again. It was a start. Thank you, buddy, Ash whispered. Pikachu's cheek sparked against his, familiar and warm and home. Chew. Don't thank me. Just, be better. I will, Ash promised. Whatever it takes. I will. The message came that afternoon. Not through Samaya's communication systems, not through the Crown's aquatic network. Through dreams, a vision that seized Ash's mind and dragged him into darkness. Kyogre was waiting. Little Prince. The voice was vast, ancient, filled with something that might have been approval. You've changed. I had to. Yes. You did. A sense of movement, of the legendary shifting in its abyssal throne. I have watched you struggle. Watched you fall. Watched you begin to rise again. And I have made my decision. The darkness shifted, and suddenly Ash could see Kyogre clearly, that impossible form, those ancient eyes, that power that made the ocean itself seem small. You are not what I expected, Kyogre said. Not a tyrant. Not a servant. Not even, truly, a prince. Then what am I? Something new. The legendary's voice held wonder, actual wonder, from a being that had seen civilizations rise and fall like tides. Something I have not seen in all my ages of existence. You are a guardian who does not seek to control. A ruler who does not wish to rule. A prince who would rather be a partner than a king. The pressure around Ash intensified, but it wasn't hostile, it was attention. Focus. The full weight of a god's regard. Come to me, Kyogre commanded. Not as supplicant or enemy. As, what you are. And if I come, what then? Then we will see what kind of future the sea can have. Together. The dream shattered. Ash woke gasping, Pikachu alert on his shoulder, the weight of destiny pressing down on him like the entire ocean. Kyogre wasn't challenging him anymore. Wasn't testing him. It was inviting him. The final confrontation was coming. And Ash Ketchum, trainer, prince, guardian, was finally ready to face it. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Prince and the God. The descent into the hollow took 3 days. Ash traveled alone this time, or almost alone. Pikachu rode on his shoulder as always, and Manaphy floated beside him, refusing to be left behind no matter how much he argued. His other Pokémon remained at Samaya, watching over the kingdom he might never return to. The hollow was the deepest place in all the world's oceans. A trench so vast and dark that sunlight was a distant memory, where pressure crushed everything that wasn't built to withstand it, where creatures swam that had never known the surface world existed. Kyogre's true throne. As Ash descended, the crown's power sustained him, transforming the water in his lungs to something breathable, reinforcing his body against pressures that should have killed him instantly. The deeper he went, the stronger that power became, as if the ocean itself was preparing him for what lay ahead. Or perhaps testing him one final time. Papa, Manaphy whispered, its voice small in the endless dark. Manaphy can feel the big fish. So close now. I know, buddy. Ash kept his eyes forward, watching the bioluminescent creatures that drifted past like living stars. Stay close to me. Whatever happens. Manaphy always stays with Papa. Forever and ever. The innocence in those words made Ash's heart ache. Manaphy still didn't fully understand what was happening, still saw this as an adventure, a chance to help its Papa with something important. The legendary didn't grasp that they might not survive the next few hours. Maybe that was better. Maybe innocence was the last thing worth protecting. The darkness deepened. The pressure increased. And somewhere ahead, vast beyond comprehension, Kyogre waited. The hollow opened before them like a wound in the earth. Miles across, miles deep, the trench was less a geographic feature than a presence. The water here was different, denser, older, carrying memories of ages when the continents were one and humanity was less than a dream. Ancient Pokémon drifted through the abyss, reliquant older than civilization, clampearl the size of houses, creatures that had no names because no human had ever survived to name them. And at the center of it all, coiled around a spire of volcanic rock that rose from the trench floor like a black throne, was Kyogre. The legendary was awake. Waiting. You came alone, its voice thundered through the water, shaking the very bedrock. No army of compelled trainers. No fleet of dominated Pokémon. Just you and the little ones. That's right. Ash stopped his descent, hovering in the darkness with Pikachu and Manaphy pressed close. You invited me. Not my kingdom. I invited you to see what you are. Kyogre's eyes opened fully, those twin suns burning in the abyss. To determine, finally, whether you are worth preserving or worth destroying. And what have you decided? That depends entirely on you. The legendary uncoiled from its throne, rising through the water with a grace that belied its impossible size. Every movement sent shockwaves through the trench, stirring sediments that hadn't moved in millennia. I have ruled this ocean since before your species learned to walk, Kyogre said. I have seen princes rise and fall, kingdoms built and shattered, the endless cycle of ambition and destruction that defines mortal existence. You are different. Ash felt the words pressing against him like physical force. Different how? You do not want what they wanted. Kyogre circled closer, its presence filling the entire hollow. The princes before you sought power. Control. Dominion over all that swam or floated. They saw the crown as a weapon, the ocean as a resource, other creatures as subjects to command. You see something else. I see a world that needs protection. Ash's voice was steadier than he felt. Pokémon and humans and everything in between. I see an ocean that's being poisoned, overfished, destroyed by people who don't understand what they're losing. I see. He paused, searching for the right words. I see a future worth fighting for. One where the sea isn't ruled or conquered, where it's cared for. Respected. Loved. Silence. The ancient creatures of the deep stopped their movements, waiting for Kyogre's response. And if I told you that future was impossible? The legendary's voice dropped to something almost gentle. That the nature of your species is exploitation, that they will always take more than they give, that the ocean would be better off without them? Then I'd say you're wrong. Pikachu's cheeks sparked in the darkness, a small defiance against the overwhelming presence before them. Humans can change. We've changed before. We're changing now, slowly, learning to live with the world instead of against it. Ash met Kyogre's gaze directly. You've seen the worst of us. The teams Aqua and Magma, the poachers, the polluters. But you've also seen the best. Trainers who love their Pokémon like family. People who dedicate their lives to protecting the ocean. Kids who grow up wanting to be Pokémon masters because they love these creatures, not because they want to exploit them. Love. The word rolled through the water like thunder. Such a small thing. Such a fragile foundation for hope. Maybe. But it's real. And it's more powerful than you think. Kyogre considered him. The moment stretched into eternity, seconds or hours, impossible to tell in this timeless darkness. Ash felt the legendary's attention like a physical weight, probing his mind, his heart, his very soul. Then Kyogre laughed. Not cruel laughter. Not mocking. Something closer to delight. You actually believe it, the legendary said. You actually believe that love and hope and all those fragile human emotions can stand against the endless tide of destruction. I do. Then prove it. The water erupted. Not in attack, in challenge. Kyogre surged forward, its power expanding outward in waves that threatened to tear Ash apart. The crown flared in response, protecting him, but the strain was immense. Show me, Kyogre commanded. Not your power, I know your power's limits. Show me your conviction. Your determination. Your will. Images flooded Ash's mind. Visions of what could be, should be, if he accepted what Kyogre was offering. A world where the ocean ruled. Where coastal cities drowned beneath rising tides. Where humanity was pushed back to scattered highlands, surviving only at the sea's sufferance. It would be orderly. Peaceful, in its way. The ocean would heal without human interference, and the creatures within it would thrive. All Ash had to do was let it happen. Step aside. Allow Kyogre to reshape the world according to its ancient vision. This is what awaits, Kyogre whispered. If you choose wrongly. If your precious hope proves hollow. No. The word came out stronger than Ash expected. Stronger than he felt. That's not protection. That's destruction. You'd be killing millions of people to save the ocean, but an ocean without people isn't complete. We're part of this world too, Kyogre. Not the best part, maybe. Not always the kindest or wisest. But part of it. And that entitles you to survive. Nothing entitles anyone to survive. But everything deserves the chance to try. Ash reached deep, not into the crown's power, but into himself. Into the connections he'd forged over years of training, years of friendship, years of loving Pokémon with everything he had. Pikachu, his first partner, who'd taught him what true loyalty meant. Manaphy, who'd bound itself to him with bonds deeper than blood. Charizard and Sceptile and Infernape, warriors who'd fought beside him through impossible odds. Misty and Brock and May and Dawn and all the friends who'd believed in him even when he didn't believe in himself. His mother, waiting in Pallet Town, trusting him to come home. This is what I have, Ash projected into the darkness. This is what I am. Not a prince. Not a ruler. Just someone who was lucky enough to find people worth fighting for. And I will never stop fighting for them. The vision shattered. Ash found himself back in the hollow, gasping for breath even though he didn't need it. Pikachu was sparking on his shoulder, Manaphy clinging to his chest, both of them shaken but unharmed. And Kyogre. The legendary had withdrawn. Pulled back. Those ancient eyes regarded Ash with something new, something that might have been respect. Interesting, Kyogre murmured. You refused. Even when I showed you the alternative, even when you understood what humanity's survival might cost the ocean, you refused. There has to be another way. A way where we don't have to choose between human survival and ocean health. Does there? I don't know. Ash's honesty surprised even himself. Maybe not. Maybe in the end, we'll have to make impossible choices. But I'm not willing to give up on finding a better path just because the easy answer is destruction. The easy answer. Kyogre laughed again, that same delighted sound. Destroying humanity would be many things, little prince. Easy is not one of them. Then what is it? Tempting. The legendary's eyes dimmed slightly. You cannot imagine the patience required to watch your species slowly poison the waters I have guarded since the world was young. The restraint it takes to not simply end the problem. I can imagine. A little. Ash thought of the criminals in Slateport, the fury he'd felt, the temptation to make them pay for what they'd done. I've felt that anger too. That certainty that destroying something is easier than fixing it. And yet you held back. Usually. Not always. The confession came easier than he expected. I've made mistakes. Hurt people who didn't deserve it. Used power I didn't understand in ways I regret. Yes. You have. Kyogre's voice held no judgment. That is what separates you from the princes who came before. They never regretted anything. They saw their actions as righteous, their authority as absolute. They were so certain of their own virtue that they never questioned it. You question everything. Even yourself. Is that a good thing? I don't know. The legendary drifted closer, its presence somehow less overwhelming now. But it is a new thing. And after countless ages of the same tired patterns, I find myself curious. The conversation shifted. Ash felt it happen, the nature of Kyogre's attention changing from judgment to something more like genuine interest. The legendary was no longer testing him, no longer probing for weaknesses. It was talking to him. Tell me, Kyogre said. If you could shape the future, not through conquest or compulsion, but through choice, what would you build? Ash considered the question carefully. Something different from what exists now. A system where the ocean's needs are represented alongside human interests. Where water types have a voice, and trainers have responsibilities as well as privileges. A parliament of the sea? Maybe. Or something simpler. Just communication. Real communication, between species that have been talking past each other since the beginning. And you would facilitate this communication? Using the crown's power? Only if asked. Never forced. Ash touched the place on his chest where the crown's presence pulsed. I've learned the difference. Power can open doors, but it can't build bridges. The moment I start compelling cooperation instead of earning it, everything falls apart. That is an unusual perspective for someone who holds the authority you do. I've had good teachers. Pikachu chirped on his shoulder, acknowledgement, perhaps, of the role he played in Ash's education. And what of me? Kyogre asked. In this future you envision, what role would I play? Ash hesitated. This was the crucial question, the one that would determine whether he left the hollow alive. Whatever role you want, he said finally. You're not a creature to be commanded or a resource to be managed. You're a force. Like the ocean itself. Beyond human understanding, beyond human control. Flattery. Honesty. I couldn't control you if I wanted to. The crown might give me authority over water types, but you're something else. Something older. Something that exists on a level I can barely comprehend. Then what do you propose? Partnership. The word hung in the water between them. Ash felt its weight, its implications. Not ruler and subject. Not master and servant. Partnership. I speak for the surface, for humans and trained Pokémon and the world above the waves. You speak for the deep, for the ancient places, the wild waters, the ocean as it was before humans existed. Two voices, Kyogre mused. Two perspectives. Two visions of what the sea should be. Neither complete without the other. Neither able to achieve their goals alone. Ash met the legendary's gaze. You want to protect the ocean. So do I. We just have different ideas about what that means. But if we work together, we might find a path that neither could walk alone. Silence. The creatures of the deep hung motionless, waiting. Then Kyogre did something Ash didn't expect. It laughed. Not the bitter laughter of before, not the testing amusement of their earlier exchange. This was genuine, joyful, almost, the sound of an ancient being encountering something truly surprising. Partnership, Kyogre repeated. The Prince of the Sea, proposing partnership with the one true ruler of the depths. The audacity is almost refreshing. Is that a yes? That is a consideration. The legendary's eyes blazed brighter. You have given me much to think about, little prince. More than any human in longer than I can remember. I will not decide today. Perhaps not for many of your short years. The ocean thinks slowly, and I am the ocean's thoughts. I understand. But know this. Kyogre's presence pressed close, intimate, almost gentle. I am no longer certain that destroying you is the correct choice. And for a being of my nature, that uncertainty is significant. Go back to your surface world. Build your kingdom. Protect what you can protect, save what you can save. And when I have reached my decision, I will find you. Ash felt the dismissal, not harsh, not hostile, but final. The audience was over. Thank you, he said. For listening. For considering. Thank your conviction, Kyogre replied. It is the only thing that has ever convinced me of anything. The legendary began to sink back toward its throne, its massive form fading into the darkness. One more thing, little prince. Yes. The Abyssal Court. Their leader, Naria, she escaped your justice. She plots even now, gathering the faithful, preparing for another attempt to claim your power. Ash's jaw tightened. I know. She believes that I support her cause. That the old ways she represents are the ways I would have chosen. Kyogre's voice held contempt now. She is wrong. The court forgot their purpose centuries ago. They do not serve the sea, they serve their own ambition. When the time comes, deal with her. The sea does not forget betrayal. I will. Good. Kyogre's eyes closed. The presence that had filled the hollow began to fade, withdrawing into the depths beyond perception. Farewell, Ash Ketchum. Prince of the Sea. Guardian of the waters. We will speak again. And then there was only darkness, and silence, and the long journey back to the light. Ash surfaced 3 days later, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. The sun was setting over Samaya as he emerged from the waves, painting the crystal spires in shades of gold and rose. His kingdom, though that word felt different now, waited for him, its inhabitants gathered at the shore. Misty was there. Wallace. May, with Max beside her. Archie, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes bright with something like hope. And in front of them all, waiting at the water's edge with anxious eyes and sparking cheeks. Pikachu. The electric mouse had stayed behind when Ash descended into the hollow. Had refused to make the journey, though Ash had offered to bring him. Some part of Pikachu had needed to see whether Ash would return, and what he would be when he did. Now, as Ash waded toward shore, Pikachu studied him with that penetrating gaze that had always seen through his pretenses. Ash stopped waist deep in the water, meeting his partner's eyes. Hey, buddy. Pika. The word was cautious. Waiting. I met Kyogre. We talked. Actually talked, not just posturing. Ash smiled, feeling the exhaustion in every muscle. It didn't destroy me. Didn't make me kneel. Just listened. And I listened too. Pi. I think it might have respected me. A little. As much as a god can respect something like me. Ash's smile wavered. I don't know what happens next. Don't know if Kyogre will become an ally or an enemy or something in between. But I know one thing. He waded closer, close enough to touch. I know who I am now. Finally. Completely. Not a prince, not a ruler, not a conqueror. Just me. Ash. The trainer who left Pallet Town with nothing but a dream and a stubborn Pikachu. Pika Pie. The words were soft. Almost a question. Yeah. Ash knelt in the shallows, bringing himself to eye level with his partner. I'm back. Really back. Not perfect, I'll probably mess up again, make more mistakes, have to relearn everything a dozen more times. But I'm me. And I'm ready to be your partner again. If you'll have me. Silence. The waves lapped gently at the shore. The gathered crowd held their breath. Then Pikachu moved. Not a leap, not a tackle. Just a small step forward, then another, until the electric mouse stood in the shallows with water lapping at its feet. Close enough to touch. Close enough to trust. Chew. The word was simple. Quiet. But it carried everything. Welcome back. Ash felt tears prick his eyes. He opened his arms, and Pikachu climbed into them, that familiar weight, that beloved presence, home at last. Thank you, Ash whispered. For waiting. For believing. For everything. Pikachu's cheek sparked against his, warm and electric and perfect. Pikachu. Don't mention it. That's what partners are for. The celebration lasted long into the night. The trainers of Samaya, those who'd stayed, those who'd returned when they heard of the confrontation, gathered to welcome their prince home. There was food and music and laughter, the kind of joy that came from surviving something terrible and finding hope on the other side. Ash moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations, answering questions, being present in a way he hadn't managed for months. The crown's power still hummed at the back of his mind, but it felt different now, quieter, more manageable, more like a part of him than something he had to fight. Maybe that was the real lesson. Not how to suppress the power, but how to integrate it. How to be both Ash and the Prince of the Sea, without letting either one dominate the other. Wallace found him near midnight, standing on the balcony overlooking the ocean. You did something remarkable down there, the champion said, joining him at the railing. Kyogre hasn't engaged in genuine dialogue with a human in recorded history. I just told it the truth. Sometimes that's the most remarkable thing of all. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the moonlit waves. What now? Wallace asked eventually. Ash considered the question. I keep building. Keep learning. Try to be the guardian I promised to be, instead of the ruler everyone expected. And the abyssal court? Naria's still out there. Kyogre warned me about her. Ash's jaw tightened. She won't give up easily. The court's been waiting for a sea prince for centuries, they're not going to abandon that dream just because I rejected them. Will you hunt her down? No. The answer surprised even Ash. If I go chasing her across the ocean, I become what she wants, a conqueror, pursuing enemies, building power through conflict. I'd rather focus on building something worth protecting. Let her come to me, if she wants. But I won't play her game. Wallace nodded slowly. A wise choice. Though it carries risks. Everything carries risks. At least this way, I'm risking something on my terms. Your terms. Wallace's eyes held something like pride. You've come a long way from the boy who washed up on the beach at Slateport, terrified of what he'd become. I'm still terrified. Ash smiled ruefully. Just, less paralyzed by it. That's all any of us can hope for. Wallace extended his hand. If you ever need assistance, advice, resources, simple conversation, the Hoenn League stands with you. Ash shook the offered hand. Thank you. For everything. The training, the guidance, the willingness to challenge me when I needed it. Challenge is how we grow. I suspect you'll have plenty more challenges ahead. Probably. Ash looked out at the endless ocean. But I think I'm ready for them now. May found him an hour later, sitting on the same beach where he'd reconciled with Pikachu. Room for one more. He shifted over, making space. She sat beside him, her shoulder brushing his. Max is doing better, she said. The nightmares are fading. He's actually starting to brag about being kidnapped by an evil cult. That sounds like Max. Right? May laughed softly. He's already planning to write a book about it. My brother-in-law is the Prince of the Sea or something equally embarrassing. Ash blinked. Brother-in-law. May's cheeks flushed, visible even in the moonlight. I mean, not. I wasn't implying. That is. May. She stopped, looking at him with something like fear and hope mixed together. I know what you meant, Ash said gently. And I'm not. I don't know what I'm ready for. There's still so much to figure out. Who I am, what I'm building, how to live with this power without losing myself to it. I know. But. He reached out, touching her hand. When I was in the hollow, facing Kyogre, one of the things I held onto was the memory of the people who believed in me. You were one of them. You've always been one of them. May's breath caught. I can't promise anything right now, Ash continued. But I can promise that when I'm ready, if I ever figure out how to be a person and a prince at the same time, you're someone I want in my life. Really in my life. Not just as a friend. That's. May's voice was thick. That's more than I expected you to say. I'm trying to be more honest. About everything. He squeezed her hand. Is that okay? It's more than okay. She returned the squeeze. It's perfect. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the waves, letting the future remain unwritten a little longer. The next morning, Ash gathered the residents of Samaya in the main courtyard. There weren't as many as there'd been at the height of his kingdom. The exodus after Kyogre's storms had taken a toll, and not everyone who left had returned. But those who remained were here by choice, not compulsion. That mattered more than numbers. I need to tell you what happened in the hollow, Ash began. What I learned. What's going to change? He looked out at the assembled faces, trainers and Pokémon, humans and creatures, all of them watching with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. I met Kyogre. Talked to it, really talked, in a way I don't think any human has managed before. And here's what I learned, the sea doesn't need a king. It doesn't need a tyrant or a conqueror or someone who rules through power. He paused, letting the words sink in. What it needs, what we need, is a guardian. Someone who speaks for the ocean when it can't speak for itself. Someone who protects the creatures and places that can't protect themselves. Someone who helps, not because they have to, but because it's right. That's what I want to be. Not Prince Ash, ruler of Samaya. Just Ash. The trainer who happens to have a connection to the sea, and who wants to use that connection to do some good. So here's what's going to change. No more throne. No more formal audiences. No more treating you like subjects instead of friends. He gestured at the coral throne that still sat at the far end of the courtyard. We're going to break that thing apart and let the Corsola use the pieces for something better. Homes, maybe. Or just pretty sculptures. Anything except a symbol of authority. From now on, Samaya isn't a kingdom. It's a community. A place where trainers can come to learn, where water types can live safely, where humans and Pokémon work together as partners instead of rulers and ruled. And if anyone wants to leave, if you realize this life isn't for you, the door is always open. No questions, no judgment. This is about choice. It's always been about choice. He stopped, suddenly uncertain. Had he said enough? Too much. Misty started clapping. It was slow at first, just her hands coming together in steady applause. Then Wallace joined in. Then May. Then, spreading like ripples from a stone, the entire crowd, trainers and Pokémon alike, applauding not a prince but a person. Ash felt tears threatening again. He blinked them back, smiling despite himself. "Okay," he said when the applause faded. "Let's get to work." The months that followed were busy ones. Ash threw himself into building the community he'd promised, working alongside trainers instead of directing them, learning from the water types instead of commanding them. The crown's power was still there, still available, but he used it sparingly now. Only when asked. Only when necessary. The word spread gradually. Stories of a sea prince who wasn't really a prince anymore. A guardian who spoke for the ocean but didn't claim to rule it. A trainer who'd faced a god and walked away, changed. Trainers came seeking guidance, and Ash gave what he could, not answers, but questions. Not commands, but suggestions. He helped them strengthen their bonds with their Pokémon, taught them to listen as well as speak, showed them what partnership really meant. Some left disappointed, wanting a more decisive leader. That was okay. Ash wasn't trying to be what everyone wanted, just what the ocean needed. Misty visited often, coordinating between Samaya and the mainland gyms. Wallace kept in touch, providing updates on league politics and regional developments. May wrote letters that grew increasingly personal as the months passed. And Pikachu. Pikachu was Pikachu. Constant, loyal, the anchor that kept Ash grounded when the crown's whispers grew too loud. Naria returned 6 months later. She came with an army, abyssal court loyalists gathered from across the ocean, trainers who'd never accepted Ash's rejection of the old ways. They emerged from the deep information, surrounding Samaya like a siege force, their water types bristling with hostile intent. Ash met her at the temple's entrance, alone except for Pikachu on his shoulder. "High Priestess." His voice was calm. "You've been busy. Building what you refused to build." Naria's silver-green hair writhed around her head, animated by currents that shouldn't exist. The Sea Kingdom, as it was meant to be. With a prince who understands his purpose. She gestured, and a figure emerged from the ranks behind her, a young man in ceremonial robes, a crown of dark coral resting on his head. He moved with the jerky uncertainty of someone not fully in control of their own body. "Meet Prince Caspian," Naria announced. "True heir to the sea crown. Unlike you, he understands the honor of the position." Ash studied the young man, the glazed eyes, the puppet-like movements. "He's not a prince. He's a victim. He's an instrument. As all princes should be." Naria's smile was sharp as shark teeth. "The crown should have made you the same. Would have, if not for the interference of that legendary parasite you call a companion." Manaphy, hidden in the temple behind Ash, let out a small whimper of distress. "Manaphy isn't a parasite. It's my partner." Ash's voice hardened. "The same way Pikachu is. The same way every Pokémon I've ever trained has been. We work with each other, Naria. Not through each other." Pretty words. Meaningless words. The priestess spread her arms, and the sea around Samaya began to churn. "You had your chance, false prince. You could have been everything the court dreamed of. Instead, you chose weakness. Sentiment. Love." She spat the word like a curse. "Now you'll learn what true power looks like. Caspian, destroy him." The puppet prince moved forward, his dominated Pokémon surging ahead of him. Sharpedo and Tentacruel and Gyarados, dozens of water types bound by the corrupted crown Naria had crafted, a dark mirror of the true Sea Crown's authority. Ash didn't move. "You're not going to fight." Naria's voice held contempt. "Going to let yourself be destroyed? Noble, I suppose, in a pathetic sort of way." "I'm not going to fight," Ash agreed. "But I'm not going to be destroyed either." He reached out, not with the crown's commanding force, but with the connection he'd built over months of genuine partnership. Reaching not to the attacking Pokémon, but to the trainers and creatures gathered behind him. "Help me," he asked. Not commanded. Asked. "If you're willing. If you choose." They chose. From Samaya's depths came an answer, not an army, but a community. Trainers and their partners, wild Pokemon who'd found sanctuary in these waters, creatures who'd learned that the crown didn't have to mean domination. They rose together, not in formation but in fellowship. Not commanded but united. Naria's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or fear. You think volunteers can stand against true authority? I think love is stronger than compulsion. Ash stepped forward, Pikachu sparking on his shoulder. I think partnership beats ownership. I think 100 creatures who choose to fight are worth more than 1,000 who have no choice. Prove it. The battle began. It wasn't a clean victory. Naria's forces were well trained, utterly obedient, ruthlessly efficient. They fought with the coordination of a single mind, because, in a sense, they were a single mind. Naria's will, projected through her corrupted crown, orchestrating every attack and defense. But Ash's community fought with something else, improvisation. Creativity. The kind of unpredictable synergy that only came from genuine trust. A Corsola and a Tentacle, who'd never trained together, combined their abilities in ways neither could have planned, the Corsola's rocky defense channeling the Tentacle's poison into focus streams. A trainer's Gyarados, once wild and barely controllable, threw itself in front of an attack meant for a younger Pokemon it had befriended just weeks ago. And at the center of it all, Ash and Pikachu moved as one. Not domination. Not control. Just two beings who knew each other completely, whose bond had survived challenges that should have broken them. Thunderbolt. Quick attack. Iron Tail. Electro Ball. Pikachu danced through the battle like electricity itself, striking where needed, defending where necessary, always returning to Ash's side. And slowly, impossibly, the tide began to turn. Naria felt it, the shift in momentum, the creeping certainty of defeat. Impossible, she snarled. The old ways are absolute. Authority always defeats freedom. Maybe it used to. Ash faced her across the churning water, both of them exhausted, both of them running out of options. Maybe in the old days, when people didn't know any better. But times change. People change. I don't change. Naria's voice cracked. I am eternal. The oceans will made manifest. I have served the sea since before your pathetic species learned to build boats. And you've learned nothing in all that time. Ash felt a wave of something like pity. You're so focused on what the ocean was that you can't see what it could become. The ocean doesn't become. It is. Unchanging, eternal, perfect. Nothing is unchanging. Not even gods. Ash thought of Kyogre, ancient, vast, but curious enough to consider new possibilities. The ocean has been evolving since before either of us existed. Life climbing from water to land. Creatures adapting to 1,000 different environments. Change isn't a betrayal of the sea, Naria. It's the sea's deepest truth. Naria stared at him, and for one moment, just one, something like doubt flickered across her ancient features. Then she screamed. It was rage and grief and 10,000 years of rigid certainty crashing against the wall of reality. The sea around her erupted, responding to her emotion, threatening to tear Samaya apart through sheer uncontrolled fury. Ash reached out with everything he had. Not to fight the eruption. Not to overpower it. To calm it. Peace, he projected into the churning waters. Balance. Harmony. Not dominion, partnership. Not control, cooperation. The ocean listened. Slowly, impossibly, the waves began to settle. The eruption faded. Naria's power, vast though it was, couldn't stand against the sea itself. Because the sea had made its choice. And it hadn't chosen her. When it was over, Naria floated motionless in the calming waters, her silver-green hair drifting around her like seaweed. The corrupted crown had shattered in the struggle, its fragments dissolving into foam. The puppet prince, Caspian, was unconscious but alive, freed from the priestess's control. He would recover. Probably. And Naria herself. Kill me, she whispered as Ash approached. End the shame. I have failed the old ways. I have failed the sea. I have nothing. Ash looked at her, this ancient being, so certain in her convictions, so utterly broken by their failure. No. What? I'm not going to kill you. He extended a hand. I'm going to give you a choice. Naria stared at the offered hand like it was a poisonous serpent. You could leave, Ash continued. Go somewhere far from here, try to rebuild the court, make the same mistakes all over again. Or you could stay. Learn something different. See if maybe, just maybe, the ocean you've been serving isn't quite what you thought it was. You would, trust me. After everything I've done. Trust? No. Not yet. Ash's voice was honest. But I'd give you the chance to earn it. The same chance I give everyone. Why? It was a genuine question, asked with genuine bewilderment. Because that's who I am now. That's who I choose to be. Ash kept his hand extended. What do you choose, Naria? Silence stretched across the water. Then, slowly, the high priestess of the abyssal court reached up and took his hand. The recovery took weeks. There were injuries to heal, damage to repair, trust to rebuild. Some of the abyssal court loyalists fled, others, like Naria, chose to stay and learn. The balance was fragile, uncertain, prone to setbacks and complications. But it held. Ash worked alongside everyone else, refusing to let others do what he could do himself. He trained with his Pokémon, mediated disputes, helped rebuild damaged structures. The crown's power hummed at the edge of his awareness, available but not insistent. He was finding the balance. Finally. 1 year to the day after his awakening at Samaya, Ash stood on the same balcony where he'd once watched his kingdom with troubled eyes. The view was different now. Below him, trainers and Pokémon worked together in genuine partnership. Wild water types swam freely through Samaya's waters, neither commanded nor controlled. The community he'd built wasn't perfect, it never would be, but it was real. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, content. Manaphy floated beside him, singing some wordless song. And somewhere in the depths, far beyond perception, Kyogre waited. Watching. Considering. They would speak again. The legendary had promised that. And when that day came, Ash would be ready. Not as a prince. Not as a conqueror. Just as a guardian. Just as himself. Misty appeared on the balcony, walking up beside him. Thinking deep thoughts. Something like that. Ash smiled. Wondering what comes next. Does it matter? Whatever comes, you'll face it. We all will. Together. Together. He liked the sound of that. Misty leaned against the railing, her shoulder touching his. May sent another letter, by the way. She's asking when you're coming to visit. Soon. When things settle down here. Things will never settle down here. You know that, right? Yeah. Ash laughed softly. I know. They stood together, watching the sun set over the endless ocean. A year ago, Ash Ketchum had drowned. What had risen from those waters was something new. Something that struggled, and failed, and learned, and grew. Something that was still figuring out what it meant to be both human and prince, both guardian and partner. But that was okay. The journey wasn't over. Maybe it never would be. And for the first time since the crown awakened, Ash Ketchum was grateful for the chance to find out what came next. Far below, in the deepest darkness, ancient eyes watched the surface world with something like satisfaction. The little prince had chosen well. Not the easy path, not the expected path, but the right one. Kyogre had not yet decided what to do about him. Perhaps it never would. The consideration itself was interesting enough. But one thing was certain now. The sea had changed. Something new had entered its endless cycles, something that brought questions instead of answers, partnership instead of dominion, love instead of fear. The future was uncertain. Good. The ocean had been waiting for uncertainty. It had been waiting for change. It had been waiting for him.